Thank you very much for joining us. We will call this meeting to order of the Mandeville City Council regular meeting for Thursday, June the 8th, 2023. Before we begin, if everybody will please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you, everybody, for being with us tonight. Obviously, we have got several items on our agenda tonight. We will get to the discussion of the ordinance for the Suset Harbor project at the end of the agenda, so we'll cover all of our other topics and items before then. And certainly before we start those discussions, we'll kind of go over the plan for this evening, what will be discussed, and then be able to go through those topics that we talked about 2 weeks ago at this meeting. So we'll move through that information, and then we'll have an opportunity for additional public comment and questions after that, so we'll lay out all of that as we get to that item. All right, so first item on the agenda is the adoption of the May 25th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Bush, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Kreller. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Okay. All in favor of the adoption of the May 25th, 2023 regular meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, those are approved. Reports and announcements, a couple of upcoming events, other than it's hot and summer is here. Next Saturday, June the 17th, will be it'll be very interesting genealogy presentation that is scheduled for the Trailhead on that Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Hope you'll be able to join us for that. Monday, June the 19th, is the Juneteenth holiday, federal, state, parish, and city holiday. So City Hall is closed on Monday, June the 19th, and I'm sure the mayor will talk a little bit more about it as well. But if you haven't heard, our 4th of July celebration is scheduled for Monday, July 3rd, our annual Light Up the Lake event, all day, but with certainly the formal activities starting that evening at 6 p.m. Mr. Mayor, what else?
I think you covered everything, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind everybody, since we have a large crowd, mark your calendars. July 3rd is where you want to, Mandeville's where you want to be on July 3rd. We're going to have the jack-up barge, so there's going to be no problems, issues with choppiness in the lake. The fireworks will be popped off in the middle of the lake, right near the gazebo. And the featured musical entertainment is Rockin' Doopsie. So it's going to be amazingly fun evening.
Great. Good. Looking forward
to it. Food trucks, concessions will be sold. Yep. A lot of fun.
And obviously picnic allowed throughout the day. Yep. So start that morning, set up, come hang out, invite your family and friends. So looking forward to another big weekend. Okay. Any other reports or announcements from the council members? Pretty good? Alrighty. All right, let's move under new business. First item under new business is the appointment of a commissioner to the Planning and Zoning Commission to fill the vacant position, which expires once appointed, the new term will expire on August 31st of 2029. Have a motion?
Motion.
Dr. Kreller, second?
Second.
By Ms. Bush. We're filling the unexpired term of Mr. Simi Fairley, and so to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've had 3 people that applied, all very qualified, wonderful citizens to this community, and so we're looking forward to being able to fill that. And I know Ms. McGuire's done a lot of work on that process as well, so I'll turn it over to you also.
Okay, well, do you want me to go ahead and make the nomination, or?
We can if you like, because I know you've done a lot of work with it.
Okay, so. Yes, I would like to make a motion to nominate Andrea Fulton to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dr. Crowell with a second. All right, questions, comments, a little additional discussion? You want to give some information on Ms. Fulton?
Yes. So Mrs. Fulton, this does happen. I think it might happen again as well. Mm-hmm. She applied previously, and her resume was very impressive, but at the time we did not have a seat for her, and I think she will do an excellent job. She does have past experience in city government, and she is very active in our community, and very positive and very level-headed, and I think she'll do a great job.
Yep, I agree. Questions, comments on Ms. Fulton from council members on her nomination?
I just want to say one thing. I have absolutely no objection to Ms. Fulton whatsoever. I think she's very qualified, so please don't take this as a commentary on Ms. Fulton's nomination whatsoever. But I just did want to note for the record, last year I did introduce an ordinance that would change how nominations are made so that the name of the nominee would actually end up on the agenda so that the public would have a few weeks to understand who was being considered or who was going to be nominated. That made it through the council, went to P&Z for a recommendation, really didn't get much of a recommendation. There wasn't much support for it, so that ordinance sort of died. So I still think, again, this has nothing to do with Ms. Fulton. I just want to take the opportunity to say I do think that whoever we're voting on for commissioners ought to be published on the agenda, and we need to figure out a process for nominations for commissions that person's name who's being considered can be considered by the public leading up to the meeting. So that was it.
Yeah, and I think that it's good points. This is never an easy process. You know, people apply. We get great qualified individuals that want to serve, you know, on this commission and even some of our others. And it's kind of trying to find a way to manage that process right. So we need to spend some more time and, you know, work on that and maybe incorporate some different things.
Agreed. And it's, you know, this is with very much appreciation for anybody that is willing to serve for any of our commissions. They are volunteer positions, unpaid, and we do appreciate anybody that does volunteer. So I just think it's important that we figure out a way that the public can actually know who's going to be nominated before the meeting. So
Yep. Agreed.
Very good points. Ms. Fulton, I don't see her, so I don't believe she's here this evening. But I want to thank her and certainly the other two, you know, individuals that did apply, but also, you know, to thank Mr. Fairley for his many, many years of service, not just to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but to this city in general. So he has an opportunity to, you know, step back, you know, from that service, and he's certainly not going anywhere, and I know he'll be involved, you know, throughout the community. But, you know, to be able from the council and to publicly thank him, you know, for everything that he has done for that commission and for the city is, you know, very, very important, and we all certainly appreciate it. All right. Any other questions, comments from council members on Ms. Fulton's nomination? Okay. Anything from the floor on this item? All righty. All in favor of the appointment of Ms. Andrea Fulton to the Planning and Zoning Commission, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and that is approved. I know Ms. Bartholomew will contact Ms. Fulton. We'll start to get her orientation done, and she will take her position up here very soon. Okay. All right, next item on the agenda is the approval of change order number 2 to extend the contract period for one additional calendar year for the 2022 asphalt maintenance project. Motion?
Motion?
By Ms. Bush, and a second?
Second.
By Mr. Zuckerman. Very self-explanatory. There is no additional funding to this contract. The Barrier Construction, you know, has the contract for our asphalt maintenance program, and it's basically a base contract plus the opportunity for 2 additional years. So this would be an extension of their contract for the first of those 2 possible years. So that is what we are considering this evening. Okay, am I missing anything on that? Good. All right, questions, comments from the council members on this item? Okay, anything from the floor? All righty, all in favor of the approval of change order number 2 to extend the contract period for 1 year for Barrier Construction for the 2022 asphalt maintenance project program, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved. Next item, the approval of the substantial completion of change order number 3 for the 2021 water and sewer maintenance project. Motion? Motion. By Dr. Kreller, second?
Second.
By Ms. Bush. Subterranean has this contract, and as stated in the title, that is a substantial completion of task order number 3, which is coming to completion, with all of the projects that they've been working on. And this is projects that are really citywide, so it's not just one area over another or one project over another. And it's all different types of water distribution and sewer collection system issues, projects, upgrades, that they've been working on. And so that is coming to completion. The only thing they're doing now is they've got kind of a handful of different punch list items that they're finishing up. So pretty close to completion of that. Mr. LaGrange, anything else?
No, sir. They will continue working through the city. They're on task order 4 now.
Yep, absolutely. Finish one and move to the other. All right. Questions, comments from council members? All right. Anything from the floor? All right. All in favor of the approval of substantial completion of change order number 3, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved. Next item is the approval of change order number 1 for an increase amount of $20,926.64 for the Neighborwoods deck replacement project. We have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Bush,
Second.
by Ms. McGuire. The original budgeted, this just an addition of the the addition of $20,926 take us to a new total amount of just over $274,000. And if you have not heard, we've got a major project going on in Neighborwoods in the Beau Rivage subdivision to replace their decking. And as they pulled up a lot of that decking along the way, they've discovered, well, we're going to need some more. So that's what we're working on right now, and that's coming along. Ms. Bush, what else do we need to add to that? Anything?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
It's great. We're moving forward. It's
Yep.
a good thing.
Deal. Yes. Mr. LaGrange? Good. Okay. Questions, comments from council members? All righty. Anything from the floor? Mr. Branch, looking good, coming along. Can't wait. Right on. Yep. No. Can't fix that, but we're going to fix the wood. No. All right. All in favor of approval of change order number 1 for the Neighborwoods deck replacement project, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is approved. Next item is the approval of the special liquor and event permit for the Mandy Milkshakers Shakes and Shoes Sock Hop scheduled for Saturday, June 17th, 2023 from 6 to 9 p.m. to be located at the Mandeville Trailhead. We have a motion
Motion.
by Ms. McGuire. Second
Second.
by Ms. Bush. Great program coming up. Ms. McGuire, you want to start the discussion on this or go straight to
Well,
Ms.
I mean, I don't think I have to even do that because I have a lovely lady right here
No.
that's going to tell us all about it.
All right, Ms. Surpass, please tell us about your program.
So we plan to have our shakes and shoes.
Will you turn your mic on? See the little button down in front at the base of it? Is it on?
Hello?
There you go.
There you go.
So, hi, Melissa Surpass, co-captain with the Mandy Milkshakers, and we are planning our Shakes and Shoes sock hop at the Mandeville Trailhead for Saturday, June 17th from 6 to 9. We ask attendees to bring new children's shoes, which we use for our back-to-school shoe giveaway. We've done this event for several years, and we've collected thousands of pair of shoes for children in the community. We have a shrimp cook-off with 5 cook-off teams. We will also have 1950 and 60 sock hop music from Dem Guys, and it's free admission, and it's a great family-friendly community event.
Right? That sounds wonderful.
Pretty good musical lineup.
It's
I
great.
think we know those guys. Yep. Oh. All righty. Questions or comments to Ms. Surpass on this program? It really is. It's a great program, and everything that y'all do, much more than the entertainment part, but the philanthropy part, that the milkshakers do throughout the city and the area is huge. So
We appreciate
thank
that.
you for
That's one of our 4 pillars, and thank you for the support.
It is a big, big deal. Okay. Anything else there? Any questions or comments from the floor on the Mandy Milkshakers upcoming event? All right. All in favor of the approval of the special liquor and event permit for Mandy Milkshakers Shakes and Shoes Sock Hop, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is approved. Thank you, Ms. Surpass.
Thank you.
You betcha. Okay, next item is the approval of the American Legion Post 415 flag retirement ceremony to be held on Saturday, June 17th, 2023 at 3 p.m. located at the Mandeville Trailhead. We have a motion?
Motion.
Dr. Kreller, second?
Second.
By Ms. Bush. Ms. McGuire, you want to add anything to this?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory. Is anyone here from the American Legion? No? Okay.
I've talked a little bit more on this just from some of my research with it. So the local American Legion Post with some of our local Boy Scout troops are planning a formal Flag Day ceremony. Although Flag Day is on the 14th, they wanted to schedule this at the trailhead for Saturday, June the 17th, to do the formal part of the ceremony to burn, discarded flags that can no longer be used, and they want to do this in conjunction with each other. They've been working with the mayor and the city, on this item, and so hopefully they'll be able to put together a really nice program and encourage everybody to be out there. I would like to make a motion to amend. The process would be to waive the liability insurance requirement for the program, as long as they have a representative from the fire district there in the event of any type of emergency. Have a second for that?
Does legal have a way in on that?
Well, we got a second first, then we can talk about it.
Second.
Okay, second by Dr. Kreller. So my understanding is the device that they use to formally burn the flags is a small burning device. We're not talking about a large type fire, at the trailhead, something that would be controlled, very modest, nothing, difficult at all. So I was hoping that we would be able to work in conjunction with them to do that, as long as they had somebody there, in the event of a problem.
You ready for me to have a comment? You keep looking at me like you are.
I'm
Okay.
ready.
If you want.
So it is a requirement for all of our special events to have a liability policy where the city of Mandeville is named as an additional insured, and there's a waiver of subrogation in favor of Mandeville. It's not just for perhaps, in like this case, because of the burning the flag. Obviously, the first instant reaction would be like, oh my gosh, what if there's a fire? But it's also if any invitees of the applicant are there and they have a slip and fall or something like that on public property, that policy would also be in place. I suspect, though I don't know, that American Legion and the Boy Scouts, with whom this is in conjunction with, would have their CGL policy, and we could be named as one. But we have not been named as one so far. I have reservations about waiving that, less from the fire standard and more from just the liability from an actual invitee falling or something like that. But, I mean, that's ultimately up to the determination of the council. And you could make it subject to their exploration with their national organization, with their policies, to see if that was something that was available.
Which I would be fine with that, if we add that to the motion to amend. And I think my thought process on being able to waive that, it's, from what I understand, it would be about a 30-minute program, just something to draw some attention, to the patriotic duty of being able to discard those flags, and for them to be able to provide that additional insurance out of their pockets at this time would be difficult. So that's why I was hoping that we would be able to, but maybe with that exploration, I'm not opposed if that's part of the process.
So was that that was a request of the applicant?
Yes. That's why I was hoping that somebody, hold on one second, we'll get there.
And just to respond, we've typically not waived that.
Yeah, I can't agree to that. I mean, American Legion has insurance. AI status shouldn't be a problem to add. It's not personal.
Especially if it's in my experience, if it's a national organization and they have these blanket policies for all of their subsidiaries or their affiliates, it can be negligible in the amount that it actually, a negligible dollar amount for what it is to add. But that's just personal experience with that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from council members on the amendment? We'll go to the floor, and then we'll come back around to it. Mr. Burgare and then Mr. Branch. And like always, with all of our comments on any item, no more than 3 minutes.
Ernest Burgare, 241 Wilkinson Street. I appreciate the gesture you're making, stuff, but what can this possibly cost for a less than 1 day exposure? So, I mean, it might be $20 or $30 or something like that. Could you amortize it over a year? But that's the only thing I would wonder is what it costs.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Branch.
Good evening. Paul Branch, 531 Dorado Drive in Mandeville. And yes, I am a member of the American Legion, and we just didn't anticipate having an insurance fee in there. It's going to be a small container, like a fire pit. And like right across from the fire station. So we didn't foresee any problem, and also, if necessary, we can have some handheld fire extinguishers. As far as trips and falls, anything like that, I don't even have a comment on that. But we are looking for a waiver on that insurance requirement. And this is a ceremony that's designed to increase public awareness for proper disposal and respectful disposal of the flags. And it's not going to be a very long ceremony. Thank y'all.
Appreciate it. Do you know, Mr. Branch, if the Post has had a chance to check on the insurance coverage from the national headquarters?
I don't know about national. Somebody had checked on just a local insurance policy, and for that, and it was cost prohibitive.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it would be a separate insurance policy beyond what the organization already had? I mean, I would imagine the organization already has a GL policy.
I know what you're saying, and it's just that this particular chapter of the organization is young, and we lack experience on some of those things, and we're still in the learning curve.
So a question for the city attorney, is a hold harmless or something like that an option to where that organization could?
We could certainly require one, but it's not as impactful as being named as an additional insured.
And the waiver of subrogation is important as well.
So I guess if this amendment were to not be approved, then I would, I guess, encourage the Post to check with the national level and or be able to do it directly.
And we will do that going forward. We just really didn't know.
Understand.
We're in the learning curve.
Yeah. That's why I hope that the program can take place, because I think it would be, I've been asked often, what do we do with these flags? So
No, they have a lot of flags, but they're ceremonially going to do just a few at one time.
Absolutely.
And the Boy Scouts are involved.
Yep.
So another question for city attorney. Sorry. So the risk to the city in terms of a claim or a deductible in the claim, what is that?
So each individual claim that we have on our policy, we have a self-insured retention first that we have to pay $25,000 for before our policy gets in place.
So basically, it's if there's a slip and fall out there, the city will pay the first $25,000. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. And then we would also still have to put it on our insurance and then there would be the whole
Claim.
process.
It appears on our loss runs going forward.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Branch. Any other questions, comments
That's it?
from the floor? Yeah, that's fine. On the amendment? All right. Any other questions, comments from council members on the amendment? All right, we'll vote on the amendment, and then we'll come back to the approval as it's stated. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So I'm an aye on that. So any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, and that it was approved 3-2. So maybe we'll work closely with the city attorney to make sure this is done properly and see what else is there, because we put in that extra discussion about the national level of insurance. Okay, so now we'll come back to the approval of the ceremony as amended. Any other questions or comments on the ceremony itself? Right. Anything from the floor on this item? All righty. All in favor of the approval of the American Legion Post 415 flag retirement ceremony as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is approved. Thank you all for that discussion, and I think with everything going on, it's been just a challenge. All right, next item is the adoption of resolution number 23-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mandeville authorizing the mayor of the City of Mandeville to execute a professional services agreement between the City of Mandeville and CSRS LLC and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Bush, and a second?
Second.
By Mr. Zuckerman. Mr. Zuckerman, you want to take this one?
So this is a contract with CSRS to complete some modeling associated with a drainage study that's in conjunction with some litigation that the city has been involved in for some 20-plus years. It's come up in the last couple of meetings. We had a budget adjustment a few meetings ago where we actually budgeted funds for this contract. So there was a drainage project about 20 years ago in Mandeville that resulted in closing up some ditches and things like that that caused some impacts downstream that resulted in some litigation and a consent judgment, which resulted in some further litigation. And the first step, it's been appealed all the way through, I believe, all the way to the Supreme Court. And this is the first step. This contract is the first step in figuring out how we can comply with the obligation out of those appeals. So that's what we have. Keith, David, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, this is just the modeling portion of the Ravine Coquille watershed. Like you said, it's the first step in the judgment that we received. So,
An estimated cost is $50,000 for the modeling aspect. Okay, Marty. Any other questions or comments from council members on this item, this resolution? Anything from the floor? Marty, all in favor of adoption of resolution number 23-21, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is approved. Next item is the adoption of resolution number 23-22, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Mandeville recognizing the basic principles of political civility and the simple rules to improve communication, civil discourse, and public debate through all normal channels to include public meetings, small group discussions, and through all social media outlets. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
By Ms. Bush and a second by Ms. McGuire. We probably could discuss this quite a bit, and I think the first thing I would say on this isn't a freedom of speech issue for a moment, but this is a reminder, in my opinion, on where we should be as a community, and we have every right and every reason to sometimes agree and sometimes not agree, on different issues, different matters, or whatever it might be, on business of the city, and whether it's something coming from the administration, the council, or just in general throughout the city. But what's been very disappointing to me over the last several months, and not just on any one item, but on several, is the trends that we have been seeing, throughout the community on the incivility of discussions, whether it be sometimes at a public meeting, not just here, could be any of our commissions, what we see on different social media channels, what we might see through emails or phone calls or anything else. So I felt that it was important to kind of take a step back and refresh all of us as citizens of this community that we're better than this. And a couple of things that I would point out that have been very disturbing to me is comments that have been made on social media that this city is turning into Naziville. And if I'm a Jewish citizen living in this community, I would be incredibly offended. These comments that have been made publicly and through social media channels about other citizens, people sitting in this audience, people that won't come to meetings because they don't want to be offended. Comments that have been made about staff members that work for this city and give every single moment of who they are and what they are to give back to this community to make it what it is. And for all of us that live around here, we need to be reminded from time to time that we are better than this, much better than this. We can disagree. We can have robust political debate. We can have all of those conversations. And I am grateful to live in a community that is passionate about everything that we do here. This has nothing to do about freedom of speech. It has nothing to do about one issue over another. This is in general to remind us of who we are and what we're doing. And furthermore, some of the other accusations to include accusations that council members have received bribes. Some of this stuff just really becomes ludicrous. So it bothers me to my core and who I am, and I hope that it bothers everybody sitting in this room and the people that live in this community. So I felt that by doing this and maybe reminding us of some of these things would be pretty important to take that step back. And some of these very simple rules that are there. Show respect to others. Wow, we all learned that in kindergarten, I'm pretty sure. Be open-minded but agreeable when you don't personally agree with someone else's viewpoint or opinion. I don't need you to agree with everybody or anything that I do or whatever it is. Listen to understand. Do not gossip or spread false information, either verbally, in writing, or through social media outlets. Apologize if needed. It's hard to do. Pay attention. Be inclusive. give constructive criticism if or when needed, and take responsibility. So incivility and sometimes the ugliness that we've seen can certainly impact our community, and I do not want that to happen. This place is much too special for all of us. And so I wanted to do this resolution and certainly open it up for additional comment. And I know Ms. Sconser and I talked quite a bit about this, and I'll turn it over to you for anything that I might have missed on that, and then we'll open it up to the council and the audience.
Yep. And this is just a reminder that it's a resolution.
Yep.
So it's not binding, but it is just essentially a recommendation and I hate to say it, a plea to the public and each other that we just have to remember where we are. So with it not being a binding, not being an ordinance or anything like that, it doesn't necessarily run into an impingement on freedom, your First Amendment rights.
Indeed. Yep.
So, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more as far as the level of decorum, the decrease in that over the past few months. And from my perspective, these are your meetings to run, and if this is something that is important to you to make those meetings more productive, I'm completely on board. I have a couple of concerns, and I just want to make sure that we're not trying to regulate speech outside of this chamber as a time, place, and manner restriction is, as long as we're not trying to regulate outside of our own body.
We're not, because this isn't even really a regulation.
Okay.
It was a concern, more so than anything else. And I can tell you, this is my second term on the city council. And one of my major goals when we started in the summer of 2020 was to, restore the working relationship between the council and administration. And I think that we've done that. The five of us do not always agree. And there's been many times that we can have individual conversations on a topic and we can agree to disagree all day long. But it doesn't make any one of us better or worse than the next person. The same goes with the mayor of this city, who I speak with, and we all do, pretty much on a weekly basis, sometimes more often, and we work very closely with each other. And when I have not agreed with something that he has proposed or wanted to do, he knows that, and vice versa. But we work very well together, and we enjoy that part of the process. We want that to spread, because as we all hear, politics is all local, and it is. And it all starts right here. And it starts with all of us in this room, not just the 6 people in this town that are elected to represent y'all, but every single one of us. So that's why I felt that this was very important.
One more question.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
so number 4, and I know I'm kind of stuck on this issue, but because I'm very insistent that we not regulate social media, because I think that falls outside of our purview. Because this is a resolution and not an ordinance, is that the reason why we're making this distinction? Okay.
There's zero regulation, zero enforcement, zero authority. It's a reminder and a refresher about who we are.
So whenever we became council members, we established some rules. We adopted Robert's Rules of Order. We adopted certain rules to establish decorum. So I would say this kind of falls under that. I personally have had the experience of seeing what's happened in some meetings that blindsided me and other council members as well. And I appreciate that you do. I do feel that you run a really good meeting, and I think that it's just important for everyone to remember that we all live here. We're all citizens. And I'm not trying to control anything on social media. I don't look at it. Don't expect me to respond to it. I think it's counterproductive, and I don't think it helps anyone at all. If you truly care about this city, you show up to the meetings and you speak. So thank you to all of you that are here tonight, and thank you to all of you that do respect us and realize that we're human beings just like you are, and that lies and racial slurs should not happen.
Anything else from council members on this item?
I do have a few thoughts and comments, but I'd actually like to hear from the public first on this one, if that's okay, and come back to me.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
All right, anybody from the floor like to speak on this item? Okay, well, actually, sir, if you'll hang tight, because the gentleman in the back stood up first, and if you want to come up, and then we'll go over here. Always no more than 3 minutes.
Terry O'Pry, live at 1833 America Street.
Sir, is your microphone on? Could you stand a little bit closer?
Terry O'Pry, live at 1833 America Street, Mandeville, Louisiana.
Okay.
I do think it's a civil rights, not civil rights, but freedom of speech issue. And I do agree that everybody needs to conduct themselves mannerly, but you can't tell us what to say or how to say it or anything else. You can't talk about social media, okay? We're Louisiana citizens. Actually, we pay your salary, okay? So you work for us. And that document, that tells you what you're required to do by the oath that you took to serve us, okay? Now, if y'all choose not to do that, then we the people will have to speak up, okay? And just because you don't like what we say whenever we come up and disagree with you, doesn't mean that you can hush us, all right? So that's all I have to say.
I don't disagree with pretty much anything that you said. And certainly when somebody does not agree with anything that we are doing or saying, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not trying to regulate anybody's speech, whether in writing or at that podium. It was just, as we've talked about, just a reminder for political civility and working well, working better, working in a civil manner, with the people that we, not only up here, but the people of this city.
Well, even if I disagree with somebody on social media, I can't stop them from saying anything.
Nope.
Nor can y'all.
No, can we? That's true.
Okay.
Totally agree.
So
No. Yep.
don't even bring it up. Don't bring up something that you can't enforce. All right?
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Yes, sir. And like always, there's no clapping, no booing, no hissing.
He asked you not to clap, sir.
That's your first
Let's not
warning.
stop that, please.
The next time you'll be escorted out.
You know what you do when you're spending this meeting, a set won't get their turn.
Well, no, we're
Why
not.
don't you put a separate meeting just for that?
Thank you for your input. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Robert Farbach, 10600 Bayham Road. I heard what you said about social media, and I agree with the gentleman before me. If you want to make it go to this room, this meeting, maybe that's one thing, but now you're extending your power. So I'm not going to use the word Nazism, but totalitarianism, because you're trying to regulate what we can say or think, which is important. Now, you specifically addressed allegations of bribery, public bribery. I know nothing about that other than what I heard at the last meeting, okay? Now, I got to tell you something. There's enough distrust in this country with elected officials now. Now, I understand Dr. Kreller and the attorney for Susette, they're buddies, and he was at a campaign fundraiser. And I understand the same thing with you, at a campaign fundraiser. Well, that just smells of something wrong. If I'm before the body, then I'm going to be at a party, a fundraiser. You can see where people can draw that conclusion. And gentlemen, I'm not alleging that y'all did that. I have no information on that whatsoever. I'm just saying that some of this you brought on yourself. Just by being in public at the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people is what I'm saying. And then you want to come behind and say, I want to make a resolution that the citizens can't do that. So what you're saying is, we're going to do what we want to do, but y'all hush and don't talk about it. And that's not right.
Well, Mr. Fallbacher, I appreciate your input on that, but I'm not saying what you can and can't do. I'm just saying maybe a few reminders of respect and being able to listen and sometimes agree to disagree.
Do we
That's
really
my
need
point.
to waste the public's time on etiquette, maybe in a public forum? I mean, it's not a resolution. It's not what are we doing? Ms. McGuire said something about Robert's Rules of Orders. And unless you got some motion or something, we're discussing, this is crazy. Can we just move on, I guess? And
We do have a motion on it.
Okay.
It was done by Robert's Rules of Order.
Very good.
Yep.
Very good. But
We
then again,
appreciate
I'm saying that don't put yourself in a position of impropriety. I mean, if I was an elected official, I'd have to be watching my P's and Q's, more so than just a regular citizen, because you're held to a higher esteem. You've got the fiduciary trust of the citizens. I don't have that. I can hang around with bank robbers or whatever, And maybe not, and people can't say as much, because what difference does it make? You know what I'm saying? Unless it was the FBI, but that's beside the point. But you guys, I mean, you're up here, you're elected by the citizens, and then you're doing things that causing people to think bad about you. That's my point. Watch what you do. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks, Mr. Faubacher. Okay, anybody else from the floor? Yes, sir, Mr. Kropog, and then over here.
I just wanted to say one thing real quick before the next person will buy. I'm not sure what the reference was to me, but I haven't had a single fundraiser since the last election. So I appreciate all that, but
I apologize, sir.
Yeah.
I at the last meeting, an accusation was made against you on social media.
well, that I believe. But I haven't had a single fundraiser since the last election.
Right. And I would
clarify
just
that.
like to address that. Just because you see something on social media does not mean it's true. And so just keep that in mind.
And I can tell you, my wife said, where's your source of information? I say, the internet. She said, don't believe it.
Right.
As a matter of fact, to go a step further and tell you the only dollar I've received since the last election was from my father. So that's it.
Thanks, Mr. Faubacher. Mr. Kropog?
Yes, William Kropog, 351 Jackson Avenue, Mandeville. The 3-minute speaking rule, that was set by resolution. The way this resolution reads, you can hold people inside responsible for what they might say outside chambers. It is my opinion that just the mere introduction of this resolution is meant to intimidate the public from speaking or posting on social media in opposition to the Sault Harbor project. It's one thing to have a rule governing public conduct inside council chambers, but to extend it to outside is unacceptable, even if it is just a so-called resolution. This could have a chilling effect on dissent. Remember, we already had a sitting councilman state on the record at the last city council meeting that he is investigating anyone connected to a certain activist who made offending social media posts. And a lawyer from Sault Harbor threatened a lawsuit against anyone, quote, insinuating things about his integrity. Both of these threats allowed to go unchecked by the council chair were, in my opinion, beneath the decorum. Regardless of what anyone wrote on social media, it does not justify broad threats against everyone else in the chamber, nor does it justify this resolution. I feel the council chairman had an obligation to rein in the threat by Mr. Harrison as soon as it occurred. Again, this was beneath the decorum. Though I disagree with it, I believe the activists' body of comments on social media and the email they sent to the city council were legally protected speech. The activist accused Mr. Harrison of making campaign contributions, which are perfectly legal. The fact that the activist believes a legal campaign contribution is the same as a bribe does not make it so. She described the offense in detail, further supported by a social media post by Dr. Kreller's own campaign at his own fundraiser. Rhetorical hyperbole is a First Amendment-based doctrine that often provides protection to exaggerated, over-the-top speech in defamation cases. The doctrine provides breathing space to freedom of speech by ensuring that even heated and emotional rhetoric deserves free speech protection in a free society. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Greenbelt Cooperative Publication Association versus Bressler, 1970, that the use of the term blackmail to refer to a developer's negotiating style was rhetorical hyperbole, more than an imputation of criminal conduct. The court reasoned that, quote, even the most careless reader must have perceived that the word was no more than rhetorical hyperbole, a vigorous epithet used by those who considered the developer's negotiating position extremely unreasonable, unquote. The anti-Sault Harbor activist in question did an eerily similar thing, again and again, describing a perfectly legal act, providing photos of a perfectly legal thing that no one involved disputes happened as she described, except she applied the rhetorical hyperbole, quote, bribe to the act. Protected free speech, ugly maybe, incendiary sure, but constitutionally protected nonetheless. I respectfully ask that this not be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Kropog.
How's that for timing?
That was
Great.
perfect.
Anything else?
Impressive.
Anything else from the floor? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mason Chaston, 307 Mariners Boulevard. I do agree with you 100% on this resolution. However, I do not agree it should be brought up in public. That's because of course, freedom of speech. We, as the public, have a right to criticize our public officials in the line of their duty. That's all I
Thank you,
got.
sir. We appreciate it. And this is not about criticizing public officials. This is our community, is just my point. So, all right, anything else from the floor on this item? Yes, ma'am. And then Ms. Muller, come on up.
I didn't come here to talk about this, and I'm terribly disappointed and disheartened to hear this discussion, because I don't understand why people can't understand. If you would just be polite and tell the truth, we can all do fine. And I totally understand why you proposed it and how you deal with it. I'm not on the council.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Muller. Yes, sir, in the back. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Chad Rachel. I'm at 110 Castine Oaks Drive. And I read the resolution a couple of times. The word civility stuck out because the word civility is very subjective. Your definition of civility may not be the same as mine, may not be the same as hers. In fact, when a gentleman just now brought up the fact that we're talking about etiquette using the taxpayers' time, one of the council members up here made a gesture, blue hair and rolled eyes. Is that civility? Maybe that's the definition of incivility. And as far as politics is a tough game. It's especially elected officials. You guys know that. I would remind you that you have to have a little bit tougher skin than to be worried about things on social media, maybe saying things about you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the floor? All right. Come back, Mr. Zuckerman. I'll go to Mr. Zuckerman and Ms. McGuire.
Okay.
All right, so I'll give my thoughts on this. So I do think it's well-intentioned, and it has been troubling the last couple of weeks. It's been tough for me. I've been the target of a lot of it. I get it. And I do agree. Look, the last gentleman that just came up, we got to have thick skin. Totally agree with that. It is tough. We are people. I got feelings. I got a kid. I got 3 kids. They see this stuff. It's tough. It is hard on us. But, and also, I just wanted to say, I do think the chairman's reminder as he was introducing this resolution was a thoughtful request, to sort of reset the tone of the debate, not just here in the council chamber, well, not in the council chamber, but in this room, but and in social media. We are all neighbors, and I do appreciate that request. I tend to agree. This has been tough for me because it's been difficult for me over the last couple of 2-3 months because, again, I'm a person. I got feelings. I read this stuff. But, in this country, everyone's got a right to say what they want to say, and they got a right to be offensive. And while I'm offended by being saluted as a Nazi, somebody's got a right to offend me as doing that. And I got a right to not give them any credibility when I hear them, and I got a right to turn it off. And so it's difficult, and this is my first time in elected office, and I've chosen to turn it off. I haven't been on social media very much at all, and it's been difficult, but it's tough. But I do believe everyone's got a right to be offensive. They got a right to say whatever they want to say, and we do have control over the decorum here in this room. We are going to request that in meetings that people maintain decorum and are respectful and those sorts of things. But people are free to do what they want to do, and if people want, somebody wants to post something 300 times on social media after this meeting. I don't know. I may not agree with it, but that's what they can do. I do agree. We do have a great working relationship within the council and with the administration generally. I am a little disheartened that has not spilled over to the public for the most part. But anyway, that's my thoughts, and it is tough for me. But at the same time, you're right. It's up to us to turn it off and do the business of the city. And pay attention to the issue at hand, review it, respond to it, and you're not going to make everybody happy, and we have to deal with the criticism. So that's my 2 cents.
I would like to offer an amendment. Can we just take out the social media part? And I would like to restrict it to just the meetings and take out social media. A, we can't enforce it. B, I know for a fact it's just going to make them do it even more. And I do think it's just a waste of time and energy to even try and focus on social media. People are going to be the way they're going to be. I have been, personal projects of mine have been lied about and attacked. I will handle that in a private matter if I feel that is what I need to do. But we're fair game. Common sense ain't so common. We are held to a higher standard. And if I feel like there's something negative I try to stay away from it. But I feel that we're overstepping our bounds a little bit when we start getting outside of this room. And but I think that there's plenty of things that have happened inside this room that have gotten out of hand. And Rick, you've done a fabulous job trying to, keep things under control when we are personally attacked in a meeting. And I do feel that just some reminders, and I feel like that would just fall under decorum and just rules, but I think we stay out of social media. They're going to say what they're going to say.
So, Councilman McGuire.
We have a motion by Mr.
Yeah, I don't even know what small group discussions is. What's that? What is that?
It could.
Well, enough number 4. So we're talking about number 4.
Well, hold on.
Speaking of decorum.
We have a motion to amend
Yes.
the titling.
Yes.
To remove small group discussions and through all social media outlets. Do I have a second?
Wait a second. Wait.
It's in the title.
On the titling of the resolution. Basically, it would end through civil discourse and public debate through all normal channels to include public meetings, period. That's the motion.
Second.
Second by Ms. Bush. Okay, Ms. Bush, did you have questions
No, I mean,
on
if
that?
we were going to go into the body, I was asking Councilman McGuire if she was wanting to remove number 4 and add an additional whereas paragraph to clarify that we're only applying this resolution. And again, it's a resolution and not an ordinance. We're not. This is it's like a mission statement. I guess you could say to this chamber.
Yes, so we would omit number 4, which is do not gossip or spread false information, either verbally in writing or through social media or outlets. So look, y'all get your rights back. You get to say whatever you want about us. You happy? Is that what we're taking out?
I believe this.
So, hold on, let's finish the motion.
Yes.
So what would you like to add, Ms. Bush?
And I would defer to Councilman McGuire as to how she wants it listed. I guess another whereas paragraph where you're specifying that the resolution is applying only to the meetings that we hold in chambers.
Yes.
Excuse me. Listen, I'm going to need y'all to quiet down. I'm trying not to yell at you. Please, go with the flow, please. Be quiet.
Hold on.
When it's your time to talk, they'll tell you. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion. Ms. Bush made a motion to take small group discussions off the title, right? Is that what we're discussing?
Right.
here?
It would end at public.
Councilwoman McGuire, and then on number 4, if we take out the part about social media outlets.
Is that a separate motion?
It's a whereas.
It would be an adding to it.
It would be yeah.
All right.
Just to clean it up, I think we just get social media out of, I think that's the only other place, right?
Quiet, please.
So we either omit all of number 4 or just say.
Plain out joke. Everybody's laughing at y'all. You don't have to move. I'm leaving.
Thank you. Thank you. We're not there. Let us finish this part of the discussion, then certainly. Well, we'll get there. Hold on. Okay, I understand. Okay, let's finish the discussion on the amendment that would basically be to end the titling after public meetings, and then maybe to make it a little bit easier, remove any mention of social media from the body of the resolution.
Yes, perfect.
Does that simplify it?
Yes,
Is everybody okay with that?
yes.
So Ms. McGuire's motion, just to clean it up a little bit, was in the title, public debate through all normal channels to include public meetings, period. And then in the body of the resolution, any mention of social media and or small group discussions would be removed.
Yes,
Okay, you're good with that?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Bush, you're good with still seconding that?
Yes.
All right, let's discuss the amendment. Is anybody opposed to that amendment?
No.
Okay, everybody's good. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Mr. Bruguiere, on the amendment. Possibly, but we're not there yet because it would be a separate amendment, and you
Well,
can.
it's along the same lines, because, as somebody's already noticed and stuff, part of the problem was that the meeting got a little out of hand last time. And one of the things that I noticed, I didn't realize at first, is that part of Mr. Huffman's presentation included that social media posting and stuff. And the recommendation I would have is that before an applicant can display that here, that they submit it to the city beforehand so that they can censor that if they want to, because that's not appropriate. That's something that should have been caught, because if that had not been said, it might have kept things a little bit calmer. And I think that's what you're trying to do. It's just a big picture type of stuff. I mean, people are getting, afraid and nervous about this, no doubt about that. But I mean, that's one of the things you can do ahead of time, is to require that these things be sort of vetted beforehand before you sort of spring it on the public.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Bruguiere, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if that needs to be part of this resolution as much as it is like a procedural item.
And I can actually respond to that. Since that happened, we actually have changed that policy, and everything has to go through.
Yeah. Okay. All right, any other questions or comments on the amendment, Mr. Kropog? Just on the amendment only?
William Kropog, 351 Jackson Avenue. I say the amendment is not necessary because, or actually, it'll directly, or I don't, the legal wording escapes me, but I know it's either Robert's Rules of Order or it's state law that says you can't offer an amendment that makes the resolution the opposite of what it was, isn't there? And I think this guts it so much. Why don't you just withdraw it, try again with a resolution that says, hey, while we're in here, we're all going to be civil and do all these nice things, but you're gutting it from two-thirds. You're taking out two-thirds of what it was. I just withdraw it and try it again. That's my opinion.
Doesn't Robert's rules, which we've already adopted, doesn't that already address the quorum inside the council chambers during a council meeting?
Okay.
Yes and no, kind of, sort of. I don't know. Look, let's just move. We got to get past this. So let's move forward with the motion on the amendment so we can get past this and vote on the ordinance. I'm going to vote for the amendment, but I've still got, I don't know that I'm going to ask people to apologize for their thoughts or pay attention.
All right,
or be inclusive.
let's vote on the amendment.
I just don't know.
All in favor of the amendment as it's been presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the amendment's approved. I'll make a motion that we defer this item. And let me say this. I think we're overcomplicating this process. I apologize. That was not my intent. My intent was just as a reminder. It has nothing to do with any one project. We actually did this type of resolution in 2014, before there was Port Maroney, before there was Susette, before there was any other major issue in front of us. We felt it was necessary at that time to sometimes just remind the public, almost like the old golden rule. Thought it was pretty simple. That was strictly my intent. Everybody is passionate about our community and passionate about where we live and who we are and what we do. And I think that that's incredibly important, and I'm grateful for that. But sometimes just a little refresher, and that's all it was. So, to cause all this discussion, definitely not my intent, in this process tonight by any means, or to take it away from anything else. And, so I am sorry for that, but I'll make a motion that we defer it. And if it's a matter of rewriting a very simple resolution that carries absolutely zero weight, then I will do that. And so I have a motion to defer resolution number 23-22.
Second.
Any Any questions, or seconded by everybody? So any questions or comments on the motion to defer? All right. We had, I guess, decent conversation in the process.
I do appreciate you bringing it up and trying to establish
I
decorum.
do too, and Rick, I absolutely believe it's well-intentioned, and I agree with the intent. And it's a discussion that should be had, that's fine, but anyway, enough said.
All right, all in favor of deferral of resolution number 23-22, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we'll bring that back up in a couple weeks. Thank you for your time in that process. Okay, we'll move under old business. First item under old business is the adoption of ordinance number 23-17, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mandeville, amending ordinance 22-11 and revising the Personnel Policies Rule 4.0, Section 4.04A for the municipal employees civil service system and its employee rules and regulations, and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Have a motion?
Motion.
By Mr. Zuckerman, second by Ms. Bush. Mr. Zuckerman, you want to start this?
So this grew out of this grew out of the cost of living increase that we had been working on for quite some time for the city. There had never been a cost of living increase actually been codified for the city employees, and we went through the whole salary survey process, kind of leveled salaries with adjacent municipalities, that sort of thing, implemented cost of living increase. This is making a minor adjustment to the cost of living increase. It's been through the Civil Service Board. We have met with the Civil Service Board, discussed everything with them. All this is doing is giving some additional discretion to the City Council as to what that cost of living increase would be each year. It was something that we contemplated when we passed the ordinance. We had discussed it when it came up that there might need to be some caps on it, because there was really not any, nobody really knew that the federal Social Security cost of living increase was going to be so drastic this year. So we've worked closely with the Civil Service Board. I believe Brian Burke is here and may want to talk a little bit about it, and we think that this is a reasonable solution. And Brian, you want to come up and talk a little bit about it?
Brian Burke, I'm the chairman of the Civil Service Boards of Mandeville. Just want to be clear that all this is doing is that the way it was originally written, coming out of the Salary Survey Committee, was that in the mayor's budget would be a proposed cost of living increase equal to the Social Security Administration's approved rate. Nobody, like Mrs. Zuckerman said, nobody dreamed that it would be 5 point something followed by 8 point something. So now what we'd like to do is a joint meeting between the Civil Service Board, the council, and the administration to look at everything, the actual increase approved by the Social Security Administration, the city's budget, any other projects going on, so that when the board does make a recommendation to the administration to include in the budget, it's something that's already been vetted, as opposed to the mayor having in his budget a number that everybody knows is not going to be the ultimate number. It causes his budget to be overly inflated. And so by this, basically, the cart was being put before the horse the other way. All the discussions are going to happen after the budget was proposed. This way, a lot of the discussion will take place prior to the budget being proposed.
Yeah, so this ordinance basically changes it so that the administration is not required to submit a budget with an inflated cost of living increase that has not been discussed or agreed upon.
Right, it'll be the number that the board ultimately recommends to the administration, that the mayor will be required to put. But at least a lot of thought and effort would be put in prior to that number being included in the budget.
Right, so in theory, and likely in practice, the council and the Civil Service Board would agree on that recommendation. But
that when
the City Council still has the ultimate discretion on what they fund in terms of cost of living increase.
For non-police.
For non-police.
The Civil Service Board, this is only for non-police. The Civil Service Board still sets the pay for the policemen. And we set the scale for the police civil service system. So hopefully, like you're saying, the council will be in agreement on the number, as opposed to it coming before the council in the budget hearings, having to hash it out at that point. And Rick, I believe there's one amendment you have to make?
Yes. We've got a couple of amendments that I'd like to propose, and this is coming from the Civil Service Board because we introduced this ordinance, referred it to the Civil Service Board for discussion, and then this would be your feedback coming back to us, if I'm correct on that. So first motion to amend would be to strike the following. The proposed cost of living increase shall reflect the cost of living increase decided upon during the previous year by the Social Security Administration, subject to review and approval by the Municipal Employees Civil Service Board after a joint meeting of the City Council with consideration given to financial information provided by the mayor and the finance director for the City of Mandeville. That paragraph would be replaced with the following. The proposed cost of living increase shall be recommended by the Mandeville Employee Civil Service Board to the administration and the City Council after a joint meeting of the Mandeville Employee Civil Service Board and the Council with consideration given to the cost of living increase decided upon during the previous year by the Social Security Administration and financial information provided by the mayor and the finance director of the City of Mandeville. So that's my motion for the First Amendment. Have a second?
Second.
By Ms. McGuire. And that kind of cleans up what y'all wanted.
Correct.
And it clarifies a few
Yeah, I
things
worked
in there.
with Ms. Sconzert and Ms. Anderson, and we kind of changed. It was the same language, we just turned it around a little bit.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Any questions on the amendment as it's this First Amendment? Okay. All right. Any questions on the floor for this amendment? All right. All in favor of the amendment as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That's approved. I do have a second amendment, kind of stays in line with the same thing from recommendations from the Civil Service Board. It would be, the motion is to strike the specific references to fees in section 10.
Nope, that's the
different
next one.
I'm sorry, that's different, I'm sorry. It was on the same piece of paper, I'm like, that's confusing to me. Okay, that's the only amendment for this.
Efficiency strikes, sorry.
Yes, yeah. All right, cool. Anything else, Mr. Burke? You
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all righty. Questions, comments from the floor on the ordinance as it's been amended? Okay, anything from the floor on this item? All right, Ms. Scheer, if you'll please call the roll.
Jason Zuckerman?
4.
Joe McGuire?
4.
Rebecca Bush? 4. Skelly Crowder?
4.
Rick Daniels?
4. And ordinance number 23-18 has been approved, 17 is approved as amended. Next item is the adoption of ordinance number 23-18, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mandeville to amend and reordain section 6-7, appendix C of the Code of Ordinances and to provide for other matters in connection therewith. We have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. McGuire.
Second.
And a second by Ms. Bush. This is dealing with the fees that are set for burial permits and crypts at the Mandeville Cemetery. There's been a lot of work done over the last couple of years to kind of bring those up because it's something that hasn't been reviewed in many, many years. So we have that in front of us. All of the updated fee structure, is listed on the ordinance for anybody that has not seen that. But I do have a motion for an amendment on this item.
Second.
Not yet.
Oh.
No. This is not on 18. We're good on this one? Okay. It's on 19. So, got it. All right. No motion to amend. All right. Any questions, comments from the council members on ordinance number 23-18?
Well, just a note on this ordinance. This isn't just updating the fees, but they're actually constructing a new mausoleum.
Correct.
So this is setting the fees for the new crypts in the mausoleum.
Yes. Yes.
Because there was nothing left out there.
Right. So, good point. Any questions or comments from the floor on this item? All right, Ms. Scheer, if you'll please call the roll.
Jason Zuckerman?
4.
Joe McGuire?
4.
Rebecca Bush? 4. Skelly Crowder?
4.
Rick Daniels?
4. And ordinance number 23-18 is approved. Next item is the adoption of ordinance number 23-19, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mandeville repealing and replacing Article 10 of the Sign Code of the Land Use Regulations of Appendix A, Comprehensive Land Use Regulations of the City of Mandeville, and providing for other matters in connection therewith. We have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Bush. Second?
Second.
By Ms. McGuire. This is a process that started some time ago. The administration, through a professional services contract, hired a consultant to take a detailed look at the entire sign ordinance. They've done that. They made recommendations back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, of which we are now discussing in some of those changes. Okay, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I came up to the podium to just brag on our staff and, of course, the consultant that helped us. I want to start with our city attorney, Elizabeth Sconzert. It was she that noticed that we needed to come into compliance with a sign law that went through the Supreme Court. And so she said, she suggested this sort of overview of the sign code. And then working with our lovely planning director, we talked about, if we're going to hire a consultant to come look at that and some other sign-related issues, we might have them take a look at a couple of other things. We keep referring to this as the sign, but they did take a look at a couple of other items as well in the Chloro. And Desire Line was chosen. I wasn't on the committee, but the grading committee, I think you interviewed about 6 or 7 firms, or there was a couple of firms that they talked to, and Desire Line was chosen. They were great to work with. I know there's representatives here. They definitely, vetted all of my concerns through the process, and of course it did go through planning and zoning. But I just wanted to compliment the city attorney, the planning director, the planning staff, and of course Desire Line. So I might have one other comment that I'll make from the table about one item on this, but I just wanted to really thank them. This has been a good process.
Absolutely. Thank you. I do have hang tight 1 second. We'll get a couple of amendments on some clarifications, for, this ordinance. I'd like to make a motion to amend the following. It's on page 25 of the sign code, and my motion is to strike the specific references to fees that are listed in section 10.7.1 of paragraph 4, and to replace with a specific reference to the fee schedule as follows, which states, as set forth in Division 19 of Appendix C of the City of Mandeville Code of Ordinances. That's my first motion. I have a second by Ms. Bush. Ms. Sconser, anything we need to add to that?
No, it just was the timing that when we sent this out to have the review process started, we were working off the draft versus when we had established the fee schedule, which came in during the pending. So as we put it together, we realized, oh shoot, the actual fees were in the language as they originally were, and we just wanted to move them to be consistent with moving all of the fees and fines into Appendix C so that we can have one uniform annual review of fees and fines every year.
Gotcha. Okay. Questions, comments on this motion? Anything from the floor on this amendment? Okay. All in favor of the amendment as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, that amendment's approved. Second amendment, be on page, motion to amend, it's on page 27, requesting that motion that we move to strike the specific references, basically the same thing, in section 10.7.5.4, and to replace with a specific reference to the fee schedule as follows, as set forth in Division 19 of Appendix C of the Mandeville Code of Ordinances. Second?
Second.
By Ms. Bush. Same thing, different section. Any questions from council members on that? Anything from the floor on that item? Okay. All in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that amendment is approved. Next motion for an amendment. Page 21 under section 10.4.2 for prohibited sign types, to add the words at the end of the sentence under paragraph 6, to add the words, this is to include all digital signs and message boards. There is, verbiage throughout the ordinance in regards to prohibiting electronic digital signs and message boards, but this is just another area that would help clarify that process so it's consistent throughout the entire ordinance.
Where are we putting this? I'm sorry.
10.4.2 prohibited sign types.
It's an additional sentence, or it's
it would be to add to the end. This is to include all digital signs and message boards.
And I don't disagree with that, but is it possible we could just put under number 6, comma, and digital signs? Not preference. I'm just trying to make it easy. Either way.
It's same, yeah.
Yeah.
No. Let me go back to that page.
So, not to complicate anything, but just to confirm, any signs, any types of signs that are prohibited now under the current sign ordinance remain prohibited, right?
couldn't hear you. There's chatter.
I'm sorry, any sign, any type, you can't hear me?
Well, I can't hear because there's chatter.
Oh,
So go ahead.
so with this, any types of signs that are prohibited now are under the current sign ordinance, this doesn't change that
No.
with the amendment. I just want, okay.
I'll simplify the amendment to make it very easy, as Ms. Bush was recommending under Senate 6, electronic message centers and electronic variable. This is prohibited signs. No new or existing signs may be converted to EMC or EVM signs to include electronic signs. Is that what you're recommending?
So on page 14, number 22, it defines electronic message center. It's and it says comma or digital signs. I'm just trying to make them parallel.
That's fine. So you want to say and
comma
or digital signs. Okay.
To me, it seems easy. But
So the motion is to add to Senate 6 or digital signs to the end of the sentence. That's the motion. Do we have a second? By Ms. McGuire. Any other discussion on that amendment? Anything from the floor on that amendment? Helps clarify a few things. Ms. Janet?
Hi, Janet Fabry-Smith, 1164 Rushinon. Can you just, there was some back and forth, can you just read the new sentence now?
Sure. The proposed amendment for Section 6, paragraph Senate 6, under prohibited signs would read electronic message centers, EMC, or electronic variable message centers, EVM signs, period. No new or existing signs may be converted to EMC or EVM signs or digital signs.
Okay, that slightly not. What I would like to do is that very first sentence, it says electronic message signs, something else.
It's, I mean to interrupt, electronic message centers in paren, EMC, and electronic variable message centers, and that's EVM in paren, comma, or digital signs.
Or digital
period.
signs.
No new or existing signs may be converted to EMC or EVM.
Right, so I want that word, those words, no digital signs added to that first sentence.
First sentence. Okay.
Please.
Okay, so
Words matter.
I'm going to correct my amendment if there's no opposition to that, where it would read electronic message centers or electronic variable message signs or digital signs. That is my revised motion to amend.
Works for me.
Okay, Ms. McGuire, you're still good seconding that?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, comments on
Well,
that?
thank you. Since I'm here, just one last little quick thing, because I went through this whole thing word by word several times. And so just in terms of what is the new ordinance, because you're repealing and replacing, is there in fact a document that exists right now that has all of those combined changes? Like there's no red line document. So how do you know what you're approving?
It's the entire ordinance that you all have in front of you.
Yeah, so it's...
That's not an ordinance. That is a summary of recommendations, not every single piece of language. Okay. I may be back, but thank you for
Yes,
making
ma'am.
that little change.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment as it's been proposed? Mr. Bruguiere?
Ernest Buick, 241 Wilkinson. My comment kind of follows in what she just mentioned about is that I think it would be helpful. A lot of people who don't see this stuff every day is to have before and after so that people know what's been changed. This is the existing rule. This is what the new rule is, and side by side. That makes it much easier to follow what's happening.
Thank you.
I believe the track changes are posted.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
She said those proposed changes have been posted. The only one that wouldn't have been is that additional that I just added or recommended.
Susie Wilson, 203 Skipper Drive. I think that Mr. Zuckerman pointed out that it applies to all the signage. And I think if we're going to make these amendments, and if it's going to be arbitrarily changed, that signage can be changed by the P&Z without notification to the public that this should be in there somewhere. Because signage has been, like there have been permits that have been issued. I know we're trying to isolate to this. Okay, isolating it to this. If we're going to be making this amendment, there should be a comma that unless P&Z decides to issue a permit without the public's notification, that's okay too. If it's okay it happened to me, that it should be able to happen to anybody else in here as well.
But this is just clarifying that digital signs
Right,
would
but a
be
digital sign,
prohibited.
correct, unless P&Z decides that a digital sign is okay on this street because it's okay, because they say it's okay.
No, I don't think that that's how
It
that
does
works.
apply. Any signage, you're making it digitally, I get that, you're isolating it to that. But that's also in the chloro with other signage, and if the signage can be changed arbitrarily on any of these items by the director of P&Z on any type of sign, they should be able to change it on electronic signs as well.
No, I don't think that P&Z can arbitrarily, or the planning director can change an ordinance that is the force
They
of law.
can issue a permit without the public notification or residence on a signage because they did it.
We might want to come back to that comment, because I don't really think that that pertains to this.
It kind of does, because...
Not direct, the amendment is to add the words digital signs.
Right.
That's it,
And we
for
could do-
prohibited.
right,
So, but I think
it's unless-
But I think your point is, and we can come back to it after the amendment is voted on,
Okay.
that it would be part of the total ordinance.
Right.
So maybe some of those comments will
Right.
certainly.
And that's okay to add that
about.
and make those changes, but it should be
Yeah, but-
across the board, even digitally.
Well, yeah, and I might let the planning director address that in a moment after we deal with this amendment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you betcha. All right. Any other questions, comments on the amendment? Okay. All in favor of the amendment to add or digital signs, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're back to the ordinance as it's been amended. Any other additional questions from council members on that item as it's been amended? Ms. Bartholomew, anything that you want to add to the process?
No, thanks. We do have a presentation from Desire Line.
Okay, let's do it. Do it, this is your opportunity.
Hi, y'all. I see the slides are being pulled up now. Y'all just let me know if you're having trouble hearing me. I don't want to be right up in your ears here with this microphone. Thank you guys so much for having us come here and help you tonight with your sign code. This has been a really great process, and I also want to really congratulate the staff on a lot of really hard work on this. Staff, Planning Commission, and council members yourselves. Everyone has been really thoughtful about the process. And so I think it's gone well so far. I hope that I can help kind of answer questions that may be on people's minds. I know there's a lot of issues to get to tonight, and probably most of the crowd is not here for this, so I'm going to go ahead and try to kind of move through it quickly. But it is a complicated issue, so I just want to make sure that we're being as clear as possible. Thank you so much for that slide. So just to reiterate kind of what we're here for, this item, it's an amendment to the sign code wholesale, as you guys discussed. So basically repealing the entire sign code as is and replacing with a new sign code. That being said, I do just want to summarize kind of up top. I wouldn't describe it as like changing the nature of the policy of how you regulate signs, really, and you'll see this in the next slide. Really, it gets more to clarifying what the code itself says, what the intents of the code are, specifically as we deal with a Supreme Court ruling that came out in 2015. And again, I'll cover that more. So this is a list of kind of the bullet points of the general approach in making this amendment. Mandeville had a great sign code beforehand, but when we look at our sign codes, we do want to make sure that we're consistent with new legal rulings. And so there was a ruling in 2015 that basically required all the cities and all the parishes and all the counties in the whole nation to take another look at their sign code to make sure that it's compliant with that ruling. And so that was, I think, the main impetus for this. But then also there's some kind of typical maintenance and housekeeping that you all know you have to do on your ordinances to make sure that they're very clear, that your average person can read them and understand what they're looking at. And that your administrative functions have kind of a clear line of authority and what people can do and how things get approved. So those are the kind of high points of what we've been looking at with this study. And you can click one more time. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so why do we need this? This is getting a little bit more into that Supreme Court case that I referenced just now. Many of y'all who kind of follow legal matters may know there was a case in 2015 called Reed versus Town of Gilbert. It was in Arizona. It specifically was about like church signs versus like normal civil dialogue signs. And so what I mean by that is like someone might have a sign up for a garage sale, someone might have a sign up for an election, some might have a sign up for a church, and in this town where this case was brought, those signs were regulated differently, right? So the sign code differentiated between signs for this church in this instance and other entities that were putting out signs. So the Supreme Court weighed in on this. It threw a lot of towns really for a loop, right? Because a lot of our sign codes you'll see kind of everywhere in the country, a lot of them do deal with specific types of signs, like election signs, like illuminated signs, right? Like advertising signs. Those are common classifications that we use every day in kind of regulating signage in a city or a parish. We had to come back and reevaluate that because this ruling determined that regulation of content of commercial and non-commercial signs are both subject to the strict scrutiny test. And what that means effectively is, and actually the next slide will explain what I'm about to say. There you go. And click one more time. What that means effectively is when you're administering a sign code, you want to make sure that it complies with what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said every kind of speech should be treated equally on a sign, right? It's a First Amendment issue. And so the test for this basically as a community is you ask yourself, do I need to read this sign in order to regulate it? If yes, your sign code may not be content neutral, right? And so you're going to hear a lot in this presentation the phrase content neutrality or content neutral. That's how all of us across the country and all the different jurisdictions are trying to comply with this ruling and just do this maintenance of our sign code. It doesn't mean that you have to like not regulate signs. It just means that you have to be cautious that you're regulating them in a way that doesn't differentiate who is speaking or who the sign is for. Okay, so that's complicated. I know we just explained a lot of functions here, so I know we're going to have questions on it, but I'm just kind of rolling through this to our next issue for the purpose of time. Okay, so now we're getting more into organization of the draft code. This just gives you an overview of the headings that are in this draft amendment. These are very typical sign code kind of organization functions. It goes through kind of your list of issues you might have when you're regulating a sign as a city. So there's not too much we need to worry about there. Sign standards tables. So in our analysis of the code, we found that there were quite a few tables used in the sign code as it stands today. So this amendment kind of went with that trajectory, which is you're trying to show in your sign code, if you have a table of information, you want it to be pretty easy to read, right? You want to go for an approach that has all the information kind of where you can see it all at once, where it's easy for even people who are not necessarily sign or development experts to understand. So that's the position that we've taken with this amendment. For example, the prior tables had some language in them that was not content neutral. So adjusting that language doesn't mean that you're throwing out the whole code and all its intent with it. It just means that you're making it easy to read and compliant with that Supreme Court ruling. Prohibited signs. So in this draft, there are a number of prohibited signs. Things like billboards, which are a contentious issue elsewhere, but in Mandeville, they're pretty clearly, the public seems to have weighed in on that issue pretty clearly. They would remain prohibited. Signs in a right-of-way and feather signs, these can become debris in a high wind situation, so it's generally best practices to prohibit those. Things like electronic message centers, which I know we just discussed. I don't want to belabor that issue, but they are very bright. They can present a nuisance. Similar issue with the LED string lights. We're seeing those arise as kind of an emerging technology that a lot of places want to use, but they can be super, super bright at night and really can be a nuisance. So those would be prohibited under this proposal. Exemptions under this. So this doesn't mean that no rules apply to these types of signs. As you can see here, these are actually rules that apply to these two signs, but they're exempt from the permit requirement, right? Or they're exempt from certain types of rules. So that is a part of this draft. You don't want someone to have to come into your planning office every time they put out like a garage sale sign. That would be kind of chaotic, right? So there's certain things that you can permit administratively and allow them to happen as long as people aren't going out there sticking like 10 signs on one lot. That can be excessive, so you want to keep away from sign clutter. Next slide. Innovative sign types. So this is something that kind of best practices in regulating signage would dictate that you have some flexibility for, right? There are some really kind of artistic or historic sign types that I think, the city can really encourage that are not going to present a substantial nuisance to your adjacent properties. And those are things like well-designed neon signs and roof and marquee signs only in kind of a historic consistency context. Next, we have attached signs. And so just some context for folks who don't come to a sign discussion every single day. There are two main categories of commercial signage that you're going to see on private property, and that's a lot of what consumes kind of the permitting day-to-day for sign packages. Those are attached signs, so signs that are stuck on the front of a building, and detached signs. Those are things like your monument signs that are not stuck onto a building but are kind of in the ground, right? So we'll go through both of those. And yeah, this is our detached sign. So for both of those, I'm just kind of going to explain it as an overview. This isn't changing the policy, like the size limits and those types of things for most of these signs. It's mostly impacting the design of them. Things like you want to have monument signs rather than, if you're on the interstate sometimes, you can see like a gas station that has like a really, really high pole sign. It's like 50 feet up in the air, right? You don't want that kind of thing in a small drive, walkable and drivable community. So this just goes through some of the changes here. So when it comes to window signs, this is kind of an emerging, I think, hot topic that I know we talked about a lot in Planning Commission, which is that some businesses have a tendency to kind of over-advertise using their window area, right? There are new technologies with window clings and things of that nature that can kind of obscure the fact that the building even has windows. And so that can kind of defeat some of your design goals, right, in your planning laws. So what we propose here is that you allow window signs, but within reason, right, to where they're not exceeding 25% of any one window or 10% of all window areas. Signs interior to a site is another topic that this covers. These right now are people commonly talk about them as like menu boards, right? Or like entry and exit signs. Because of our content neutral requirements, we've had to kind of rephrase those sign categories. But it doesn't mean, again, that you have to change what you're doing with these signs necessarily. What it means is you have to talk about them a certain way, right? And so how this ordinance approaches these is drive-through signs are within a drive-through queue, right? And so those are signs that are going to be inside of a site. You're not generally going to see a drive-through sign right up on the road, but it is still important that you don't have excessive signage for a drive-through or for a driveway. Murals, this is another kind of hot topic in signage. Murals can be great. They can be art. They can be really great amenity to the community. At the same time, you don't want them, constructed in a manner where they're going to peel off the wall or kind of look like graffiti or look like a nuisance, right? So this amendment would just clarify where murals would be allowed and where they wouldn't be allowed and how they would be applied. Non-conforming signs, so that's kind of a technical term, but I just want to explain what that means. That is a sign that would have been allowed when it was first built, but then is no longer allowed now because laws have changed over time. Some signs are very old, and again, like, you know, you may have been able to put up a very large sign many, many years ago before the city kind of came into its own in terms of aesthetic regulation. So what this says basically is if you have a sign that's non-conforming that wouldn't be allowed today, if it's damaged over 50% of its replacement cost, you wouldn't be able to rebuild it. That being said, you can still kind of conduct routine maintenance on those types of signs. And that's what I've got. Sorry, I kind of rushed through that, y'all. I know we're trying to get to other things, but y'all let me know if you have questions.
Any questions at this time? Thank you.
Thanks
Very
so much, y'all.
Wait, I'm sorry, I do have a question.
Dr. Preller?
Evelyn, let's go back to the window signs. There was no change from the sign code that we had in place.
There is
there is a change.
There is change. It's 25%, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 50% now.
It's 15%.
And we, at 50.
It's 50%, I'm sorry, 50%.
It's on the slide, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
You got it. The numbers changed,
Now,
yeah.
okay, it was 25%.
No, it was 50
it
going
was
to 25.
50.
Wait, let me understand this correctly. It was 50, and now it's going to 25? Is that right? Did I get that right?
Well, so you can see on this slide right now what the code said is you can't exceed 50% of the area of any one window. So that means you can't cover more than 50% of the window with a window sign, or 25% of all the windows on a building. So the proposed would reduce that, so your window signage would have to be smaller collectively within a site. Does that make sense? I'm describing it.
Well, I guess so. But what I want to talk about is we've had a sign code, and it's been in effect. And I guarantee you that I can go around this city right now, tonight or tomorrow, and take 25 pictures of violations. The problem here is in code in enforcement. That's it. And it's always been that. And so changing the size, the percentage, is not going to improve the enforcement. So what I'm kind of going for, maybe, is a discussion about eliminating window signs altogether. Now, I don't know if that's feasible, but I think we need to have that discussion because it hasn't worked in the past. It hadn't worked.
I understand your comment, sir. I don't want to jump in on that because I know you've just said it's an enforcement issue, and I know that your staff wants to speak to that specifically. So I'm not going to jump on their toes here.
I'd like to respond to what the councilman said regarding enforcement, Mr. Chairman. You and I had spoke, and I'm going to be doing I as the mayor, am going to be doing a code enforcement update at the next council meeting on July 22nd. So I'll save my comments for then about enforcement in general. But Councilman Kreller, the window sign issue has been placed on hold. Very similar to what we did with the boulders. You know, we had a code enforcement officer go out there, and you're right, he noticed many violations. But there was legal concerns about the enforcement, and so we worked with the legal team, we worked with the planning department, and we said before we go and cite all those people, we want to make sure we're doing it correctly so that anything that comes back on us is done correctly. So there was a couple of months where we were studying that, working with legal, working with planning, and we did an ordinance just for that, for the boulders, for the right-of-way, which was voted on by the council. The window signs were the exact same thing. Absolutely, there's violations out there right now. But I instructed the code enforcement officer to place that on hold until we did this exercise in the same way that we did the boulders, until it's voted on. And then if it's voted on, depending on whatever changes are made, or if it's voting on as is, those will all be enforced based on the law.
So you're saying that The enforcement has been going on.
No.
Hold on. The enforcement has been going on other signage, but not the windows.
That's correct. That's correct. Now, there could be things that are missed, but we have a more open system with code enforcement than we've ever had before. We respond to there's more ways now to report code enforcement, and we respond to every request. So if you see something when you're driving down the road, send it to me, and we'll address it, okay? And if it's not addressed, I'd like to see one thing that's come in that was not addressed. It might not be a violation, but it's been addressed. It's been followed up on. We have a way through the website that people can report code enforcement. So, and there's proactive code enforcement now, and I'll talk about that at the next meeting. But the window signage specifically was placed on hold until we did this exercise.
Well,
now that it's voted on, it will be enforced.
I didn't know that at all until you just said it. And you said it's been on hold for months. The window sign.
Just the window sign specifically, just like we did with the boulders, because we wanted to make sure we were doing it correctly.
But we discussed
neither of those have been enforced in 20 years at all. So when this administration decided we're going to enforce the codes that are on the books, the code enforcement officer came back in from the field and said, I have some concerns about this, and a little bit of confusion about what exactly it's saying. What did a council from 20 or 30 years ago mean when they said this in the code? We knew we were going to be doing this exercise with Desire Line, so I said just for window signs, we're going to place that on hold until we get through the exercise and have a professional look at it. So whatever's voted on here tonight, whether it's changed or adopted as is, will be enforced.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Just like the boulders, it was just put on a hold so we could study it.
All right. Anything else from Ms. Evelyn from the Desire Line part of the process? Thank you, Mayor, for that. Oh, Ms. Evelyn, thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right. Any questions, comments from the floor on the ordinance? Ms. Venable?
I'm Wynn Venable, 241 Wilkinson Street. I saw where the signage stuff was passed through the Historic and the Architectural Review Committee. Was that correct?
So what we did add in this draft is that any signage that's going to be attached to a historically significant or landmark building within the historic district would have to go through the Historic District Commission for review.
Okay, my concern or observation was the etching, because I think we have there's only one etched window allowed per building, and I'm thinking we may have one or two that have more than one, so they're grandfathered in. If they got destroyed, they were replaced back.
Correct.
And the other part would be if you've got a sign that is grandfathered in for commercial, perhaps, that is on an historic building for in the historic area, if it's more than 50% destroyed, the way I read this, it says you've got to make it comply with the new rules, which means it's not going to fit the design of the building and the design of the historic district, and I think that's a mistake. Observation of it.
Thank you.
I don't think can you say that again?
I think that if you've got in the historic district, there's certain signages that could be grandfathered in that would not be approved now. If they're more than 50% destroyed, what I saw from this, they would not be able to be rebuilt the way they were. You would have to go with the new regulations, which means you could conceivably have a beautiful historic building in our historic district, which now has to have a signage that does not comport at all to what it looks like.
So
and I could be misunderstanding.
We didn't change any of the historic district regulations that we have now, so they're all the same.
Right.
All we added is that if there's any signage that's attached or to a significant building or to a landmark building, that it would have to go in front of the historic district for review. So the actual dimensions and sizes and everything for the sign has not changed in the historic district.
No, I understand that. My point is that if you've got a sign that would not be approved now, and it's more than 50% destroyed, I can't put it back the way it was before, which fits with the streetscape, which fits with my building, and I have to put something that's not going to fit.
Right,
Sure.
so that's the opportunity for them to go in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission
make
for
an
a
appeal.
variance. And also, we actually had a situation.
Okay, as long as there's a workaround for that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There's
All right,
a
thank you.
workaround.
Thank you, Ms. Venable. All right, any other questions, comments on this ordinance? Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Susie Wilson again, 203 Skipper Drive, Mandeville. Again, reiterating, there are loopholes that the public needs to know about. The loopholes are, if someone wants a sign that's illegal against the chloro that's listed in here, then it's okay because they have the authority to issue a permit without the public's input. A text message here from an elected public official. As for the signs, the car dealer pays a lot of money to our sports program for that. A lot. That sign got issued across the street from my house with a permit without the public input, blocking the visual of houses. I've been asking you all, Mr. Mayor, since you say that has not been brought up to you and has not been enforced, 200 feet of big signage across the front of my house. Since February, I've been asking you to enforce this. It still sits there. I wrote to you all 1 week ago. I got crickets. Nothing. So these are not being enforced. They can have loopholes if you pay enough money to organizations to get a permit issued. And that's what happened. Now, no one's going to respond to me. No one's going to enforce it. My question is, where do I go? What's my next step? If you all won't respond to me, this won't respond to me. And not only that, I have a minute left. The email that described the signage was for announcements. This sign hasn't been changed since February. There's no way to make an announcement on this massive sign that's tied with zip ties that in 30 days broke and was flapping all over the place for the next 60 days. This is uncalled for, and I'm at a loss. Where do I get help?
We're going to have the staff explain specifics.
Between the school system.
That sign, but the other 200 feet of sign across from my house, again, depends on who you are and how much money you contribute as to what you get permitted.
Well, I feel comfortable saying that that comment didn't come from anybody sitting up here, and it's not something that we take into consideration. So
Wow.
I understand you received it, but, for, I guess, in fairness to this body, there wasn't a comment made from
I
anybody up
didn't
here.
say it was this body.
I know. But you said an elected official, which could mean somebody sitting up
That's
here,
correct.
which is obviously not
And,
the case.
right, no one here.
Right.
But this is not fair.
Understand. Okay, maybe we get a brief explanation on the differences because of who owns the property.
The sign in question is a sign in the interior of Mandeville High's Booster Club, and they're an institution, and the school board has broad authority over the signage that can go on their own campuses. And it's interior facing to the baseball field.
And I know it doesn't, and I'm not trying to cut you off, Ms. Wilson, at all on this, but as far as the ordinance is concerned in regards to the sign ordinance, it's not really part of, the changes and amendments that are being proposed. I do understand your concern, and I think it's a very different dynamic because of who owns the property, but does it necessarily relate to what's in front of us now? If there was something that could be looked at, could be changed, that might be a different discussion, but I don't think we're there.
Up here, there is a limit on the signage. The second sign of 200 feet isn't facing inside the baseball field. It is facing my house. The entire length of the chain link of numerous houses is what it's facing, and it's huge.
Understand.
It's protected. You turn yourself up if you're
Yep, I see it all the time. But That's maybe a different discussion because of the ownership of the property. And that's, the challenge. Correct?
I was actually going to go back to what your comment before, in that this specific situation is not necessarily before the council at this time. It's the actual ordinance and the changes to the ordinances, and if she wants to bring that up during public comment or at another time.
Okay. All right. So we're not going to kill it, but we're going to try to keep it moving on based off of, the ordinance with us. Okay. Any other questions or comments in regards to the ordinance that we are discussing? Okay, as it's been amended. All right. Anybody else? Comments, questions? All right. Ms. Scheer, if you'll please call the roll.
Four.
For.
Four.
4. And ordinance number 23-19 is approved. Thank you, Ms. Evelyn, and all your work, and the planning staff and everybody that's spent a lot of time in this. Okay, next item is the adoption of ordinance number 23-20, an ordinance for the city of Mandeville amending the commercial lease for the Mandeville Department of Motor Vehicles office and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Bush, second by Mr. Zuckerman. Dr. Kreller?
Yes, this is ordinance number 2320, as the chair said. This is a change of ownership, and it involves the Office of Motor Vehicles, and the ownership changed, and we're just bringing the lease and the ownership language into this, and that is all. Everything's fine.
Yep. Okay. Questions, comments on this change of ownership within the current lease agreement? Anything from the floor? Procedural item. Okay. Ms. Scheer, if you'll please call the roll.
Four.
For.
4.
4. And ordinance number 23-20 is approved. Next is the adoption of ordinance number 23-21, an ordinance for the City of Mandeville to amend Section 13-6 of the Code of Ordinances to include additional powers of the city to protect city rights-of-way during the location or placement of public and private utilities therein and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Bush.
Second.
By Ms. McGuire. Mr. Zuckerman?
So this is an ordinance just to broaden the city's authority to request a bond for public utilities that we grant the right to work on our right-of-ways. So right now, this will give the Public Works Director the discretion to request a bond for any damages that they cause within the public right-of-way if they're working. I'll let you talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so we have it in the chloro for major subdivisions that we could require a bond, but a surety bond. But if we have a utility company coming through the entire city and we have no way to hold them accountable to repay us when they damage it becomes lawsuit. So I'd rather just have the bond and the surety ahead of time before they start work, and that way we're always guaranteed and ensured that I have something to go back after if they damage our facilities and get reimbursed. So and it's not just utilities. I mean, it could be a larger development that has to do a lot of work in the public right-of-way that we might want to hold a bond for roads or utilities. So that already exist.
So it basically provides some additional incentive for the contractor that is working in that right-of-way to actually take care of whatever problems that they cause so that their surety does not get involved.
That is correct.
Yep.
Questions, comments on this ordinance?
To follow that up, this happened just recently in New Golden Shores, the last couple of days. AT&T apparently was doing some work, and they damaged the cable, and the internet and everything has been out for a good while in in New Golden Shores. And so with this, right, we could enforce it to get they should have to give you a bond, right?
So this is more for larger scale projects, like if AT&T was to come and say, we're going to replace all of our fiber throughout the whole city. This would encourage me to say, okay, we're going to ask for a surety bond for X amount of dollars in case you damage something. When they're boring and they're replacing facilities on a block at a time, I probably wouldn't enforce it just because it's so minimal, and
We always do horse trading on little things. I hit their stuff sometimes, they hit ours. So I think there's, on a minor scale, I probably wouldn't enforce it, but if they wanted to do a major project, absolutely.
But this wasn't just on one street. This was a pretty good section in New Golden Shores. And that's what, I'm just bringing this up to you, if you heard anything about that.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Probably because it's cable, but if they'd hit water or sewer, then obviously that would come to us.
right.
But we probably wouldn't be able to force them hitting another cable line anyway. It's more about the city-owned facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments from council members on this item? Anything from the floor? Okay, Ms. Shear, if you'll please call the roll.
For.
4.
4.
4. Ordinance number 23-21 is approved. Move under our next item is the discussion of ordinance number 23-16.
Mr. Chairman, could we take just 2 minutes? It's been 2 hours since we started the meeting, and I know I could use a bathroom break, and somebody else in the audience might need it.
Yep.
Not looking to delay this any further.
Let's do a brief recess. Everybody stretch their legs. We'll take about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll start our discussion on 23-16.
Spaceship.
If everybody will please take their seats. No. If everybody will please take your seats, we'll resume. She brought a handful of bottles. I don't know if there's more. If everybody will please take your seats, we'll resume. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Want to resume our meeting. One obviously item left on the agenda, which we realize that everybody is here for, and we appreciate your patience for the rest of this meeting. Not always easy to rush through the other business just to get through important topics. Sometimes our meetings take a little bit longer than others, but we appreciate everybody's patience in the process. And so we'll go ahead and get started on this discussion. A couple of reminders, a couple of updates. So 2 weeks ago when we met at our last council meeting and started the first discussions from the council level on ordinance number 23-16, and I am not going to read the full title. We have already opened, introduced the ordinance. We're just resuming the discussions. We are not voting on this ordinance this evening. It's continued discussion. And as we have said for several weeks, we will not rush through this process. We want to make sure that we get clarifications, questions, updates. We have an opportunity from the council perspective to ask our questions and get our updates. Also from the floor, from the audience and the citizens to get their questions and comments. Make sure that the applicant has the opportunity to provide all of the information that is part of this ordinance and part of their application. So 2 weeks ago, we started that discussion. We went through several items. We're going to pick back up with that this evening. The 4 items that we set aside for tonight will include the traffic study, a timeline of the proposed development, density updates, how do they get kind of to the numbers of where they are with the project, and then also usage of the marina. What are the basic plans for the usage of the marina? A few reminders. Once we get through those topics, we will certainly move towards public comment and questions. I have the sign-in list. As always, no more than 3 minutes. Certainly to respect the process, to try to keep everything moving. No booing, clapping, standing up, cheering, all the other things. Signs that you have, please keep your signs down by your feet or to the side. A couple times people have raised signs in the past and it blocks views of others. We want to make sure everybody is seeing and getting all of the information as clearly as possible. So that's kind of where we are, but we'll have a chance to do that. My hope and thought is that we'll go about an hour and a half. That would take us to about 9:40, give or take a few minutes. We'll see where we are as we get a little bit closer to that. We don't want to rush, but at the same time, we are not voting on this tonight, and we certainly reserve the right for additional special meetings if needed. So we'll talk about that as we progress and see where we are. But before we get into the traffic study process and the methodology and such, I wanted to ask Ms. Sconzert kind of to go back, and I think it's important that to kind of refresh and clarify what our purview and authority is in regards to this process and to this application. So Ms. Sconzert, could I turn it over to you for your brief remarks?
Yes. So before you guys enter into the discussion about traffic density and any future plans for the marina, I think it's still important to understand why these topics are germane to the consideration of the council. And so and that ties into the criteria that's listed in under 4.3.3.8. And so you are charged with considering 10 different types of criteria when deciding to issue a conditional use permit and to authorize specific plan district zoning. That criteria is as follows. Comparison of the applicable regulations for multifamily residential district and B2 highway business district to the proposed uses for parcel D. Number 2, compatibility with existing or permitted uses on abutting property next to parcel D in terms of building height, bulk and scale, setbacks and open spaces, landscaping and site development, and access and circulation features. Number 3, potentially unfavorable impacts on already existing uses on abutting sites next to parcel D, to the extent that such impact exceeds what would reasonably be expected if the property were used by that already permitted use. Number 4, modifications to the site plan that could result in increased compatibility or modifications that could mitigate potentially unfavorable impacts or would be necessary to confirm applicable regulations and standards to protect the public health, safety, morale, and general welfare. Number 5, safety and convenience of vehicular and pedestrian circulation in the vicinity, including traffic to be reasonably expected by the proposed use of parcel D and other already permitted uses from the existing zoning and land uses in the area surrounding parcel D. Number 6, protection of persons and property from erosion, flood, or water damage, fire, noise, glare, and similar hazards or impacts. Number 7, location, lighting, and type of signs and relation of those signs to traffic control and any adverse effect on properties adjacent to parcel D. Number 8, adequacy and convenience of off-street parking and loading facilities and protection of adjacent property from the glare of site lighting. Oh, yep. I'm sorry. There's 2. I actually said 10. There's 12. 9, conforming with the objectives of these regulations and the purposes of the zone in which the site is located. Number 10, compatibility of the proposed use and site development for parcel D together with any modifications with existing or permitted uses in the vicinity of parcel D. Number 11, that any conditions applicable to approval are the minimum necessary to minimize potentially unfavorable impacts on nearby uses and to ensure compatibility of the proposed use with existing or permitted uses in the same district and the surrounding area of parcel D. And number 12, that the proposed use, together with the conditions applicable thereto, will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or community aesthetics, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity of parcel D. So as you consider each of those 12 criteria, and as you consider those those 12 criteria and the topics of the discussion this evening, you should consider how that information relates to each other and the purpose of a plan district itself.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you very much. All right, yes, sir.
Aren't that the same criteria the planning commission was supposed to use?
Yes.
Have you got the reports from the planning
Yes.
commission on every one of those items?
Yes, sir.
And the detailed reports?
Yes, sir. I believe everything's posted on the website. Anything, and I want to move. We'll come back around to it, but I understand what you're saying. But that's why we wanted to touch on what those points are as clarification for everything that we are looking at.
And just to be clear, it does not have to be per each line or anything like that. It's the consideration as a whole. So as long as each body is making those considerations, you might not necessarily get a line-by-line printout of what was said and recommendation, but they were considered, and I can tell you that that was talked and discussed about at length in the commission meetings.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
Just one question. So these same criteria related, that these same 12 criteria, that's the only thing we are supposed to consider. We're basically reconsidering what planning and zoning already heard, and that's it.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
All right, let's move into our first topic, which is a brief discussion on the traffic study. I asked Mr. Leberton to kind of give us some updates, how that methodology works, what goes into the process, what the traffic study states, and anything else that you want to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we were able to present this to P&Z for at least 2 meetings. So what I'd like to do is work in parallel with the Chloro Section 8.4 with the applicant's report and findings, and kind of go back and forth between the two, and just give an overview of what was submitted, and again, work in parallel with the Chloro. So, we have arterials, collectors, and local roads that we are involved with this area. Your arterials being Monroe and East Causeway Approach, collectors being your service road for the most part, and then your local roads such as Maryland, Cambronne, Barbara, all in the immediate area. So what the applicant does is, in a traffic impact analysis, that by definition in the Chloro, is to study and provide information on projected traffic likely to be generated by a proposed development and assess its impact on the roadways in immediate proximity of a proposed development. The TIA shall be designed to identify any potential traffic operational problems or concerns and recommend appropriate actions to address such concerns or problems. So the first step in their TIA would be to go and perform existing traffic counts. So what they start with is what's called average daily traffic counts, where they have machines and they count traffic on the major corridors, and what that does is that helps them establish what the peak periods are, right? So they took average daily traffic counts on Monroe and East Causeway Approach because those are the critical streets to generate when how your traffic's generated. So their traffic count showed 7,800 vehicles per day existing on Monroe Street currently, both directions. And then on East Causeway Approach, 8,900 vehicles per day, both directions. So what that does is they're able to take that number and find out what the peak period is. So for this case here, the peak period was 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's 2-hour spans for each. So what happens there is that tells them to go out and manually count intersections that were identified by myself and Public Works to go and hand count and see where these intersections are impacted. So what they did was they counted for 2 hours in the AM and PM, and we established a peak hour time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then 4:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. being the peak hour times. So everything in the Chloro, when you reference back to impacts, goes back to peak periods. So that's our basis that we're using for peak period times in AM and PM. So what also works with that too is the growth rate calculation. So the methodology behind the growth rate calculation is they're trying to figure out percent growth that we can annualize to get to a horizon year. In the Chloro, the horizon year is 20 years from when the project's open for public, let's just say. So a number of things were considered. So DOTD has several count stations in the immediate area. They have one on Monroe, east of Causeway, Girard and Monroe, 190 and Lafayette, 190 north of LA-22, LA-22 west of the West Causeway Approach. And so the consultant goes and looks at all the growth factors and all those and just considers them all individually. I know we're talking about somewhat of a centralized area here, but just to see the growth patterns traffic-wise at all those locations. And also, we had them collaborate with the New Orleans Regional Planning Commission with their transportation model that they keep up to date yearly. And so what was established was an annual growth rate of 1.5%. So if you take 1.5% as an annualized growth rate and apply that to 20 years, that's almost 27 to 30% extra traffic you're looking at 20, 30 years from now. So when those calculations are done, that gets them started to be able to do their capacity analysis. So a capacity analysis is they'll look with respect to each intersection in the study, and they'll analyze what the level of service is for each intersection. So level of service, it ranges from A to F, A being great, F being very broken down, and of course there's B, C, D, and E in between. As per Chloro in 8.4, acceptable level of services for arterials is a level of service D, and acceptable level of service for local roads is a C. And I'm sorry, collectors is a D as well. Collectors and arterial are treated the same. So what they do is they run their capacity analysis on what we call base conditions. That would just be in year 2025, no project built, and then they'll run it in 2045, no project built. So when they ran their 2025 model with the traffic at a 1.5 annualized growth, without the development, the intersection's performed at a level service C. So you talk about 3 years from now. Not a huge impact there. 2045, of course, over, now you're at 22 years worth. You now get a level service E in the AM on some approaches and a level service D in the PM, again, without the development. So those are developed there, and after that is when we start looking at the development itself and the trip generation from the development. So the standard practice with that will be you utilize what's called it's the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's a trip generation manual, and what that does is it represents a summary of trip generation studies that were done, public, private sector entities for many different land uses. What they do is you pick the appropriate one, you insert the appropriate quantities with everything, and it spits out some entering and exiting trips in the AM, PM, and that's your go-by for what you're estimating for planning purposes. So in this case here for this development, they use the land use codes of senior adult housing, multifamily, a hotel, high turnover sit-down restaurant, fast casual restaurant, small office building, and marina. And like I said, so you're gonna apply quantity, right? So for the housing, you have 201 units. That spits out total AM peak trips of 39 and PM peak trips of 50. Same thing going down the line to hotel with a number of rooms. Sit-down restaurant goes by size. And all in all, with these, we're trying to get as many trips that are coming in and out of the site in the AM, PM to then toss that into the model on top of the existing. So what that generated was you have a total of 93 total trips in the AM peak and a total of 194 trips in the PM peak from all those developments. And just to note on the developments themselves for these land uses, typically like your high turnover restaurant, when anything's high turnover, obviously it generates a lot more traffic. That's going to be your higher uses. Something like the multifamily is not crazy with trips because it's older housing, so they may not be bringing kids to school. So the trips like that would be less than something like a high turnover restaurant. And then hotels kind of the same. So what they do is we'll take those trips, those 93 and at 194 that are generated, and we'll come in and do what's called a trip distribution. So this is where you take those trips, and with respect to the area, you distribute where those trips are coming from. So the consultant for the applicant did it two different ways, did it based off of existing conditions, and then did it on a more localized approach, just to check kind of several different ways you can dice these trips up. And like for example, you'd have 35% from the west, which would be Old Golden Shores, and Causeway from Covington, 30 from the east, Monroe. So 65% of your traffic are coming from the Monroe side. You may have some from the north, from East Causeway, some from Cambronne, some from side streets. So I guess when you take 93 trips in the AM, 194 in the PM, and you dice it up 5 different ways, it puts traffic in all different places. So what they did was they did that, and they go what's called the build conditions. So we had basically the development not built, and so now we're looking at it built. So you have a 2025 build conditions with the development and a 2045 build conditions with the development. So 2025, let's say the development's built and open, including the 1.5% annualized growth, you're still at a level service C or above for AM and PM, and then 2 approaches with a level service D, which in this case is still is acceptable depending on type of roadway, which in this case it's Monroe. 2045 build conditions, you have, again, 22 years of annualized growth. This is where you start to see failure. You'll have a level service E and F in the AM and PM, again, with the development. So what has to happen here is, since we have failure in level service in some of these approaches, there has to be remedies or mitigations to be able to handle these failures at these lakes. So because of the failures mentioned in the build conditions, the developer showed ways to mitigate them, and a couple of things that were recommended were, of course, adjusting the green times in the peak periods with the lighting. The bigger 2 are an additional lane on westbound Monroe. That would be giving 3 approach lanes. Currently now existing is 2. You have a left turn lane, you have basically a through right lane. An additional lane would allow a left turn and to free up a lane that would be through and then through right. And then a part of Monroe up to one of the NTVs widening to allow for a two-stage left turn, which two-stage means if you're coming from Cambro and you want to take a left, you're able to get in the median and then do your left turn. So with those improvements, you bring the 2045 build conditions level service, the horizon year, back within the acceptable level services of C and D as required by the Chloro. And I think that's all I have on the report. I don't know if Keith or the developer has anything else before we have questions.
Questions. Sorry, is it on the so in 2045, if there is a widening of Monroe, is that even, like, do we have the space for that? And same with NTVs,
You would,
is that possible?
I mean, so you obviously have landscaping there. You have
How would this impact the two live oak trees that are on Monroe Street in the median?
I think the live oaks are further back.
So the East Causeway Boulevard at Monroe, adding a westbound left turn lane before 2045. That would be a leftbound turn lane going south, turning south on the causeway.
Right.
That would not require the removal of the two live oak trees that are in the median on Monroe, or would it?
No, I believe those are further back away from, it might be a couple hundred feet.
No, there's two very beautiful.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because adding a turn lane southbound has come up many times over the last few, and every time it comes up, it's a trade-off between adding a turn lane and removing live oak trees.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking the question. I don't think it's further back.
It very possible might be the same case. I mean, but it was proposed before, so to answer Councilwoman McGuire's question, it can fit whether the council allows it to go in place. That's a whole nother.
And who would pay for it? Would the developers pay for it, or would we be paying for this? Would the city be paying for this?
As per the Chloro, the city pays for anything to mitigate traffic.
Can I get somebody look into whether or not adding that southbound turn lane would remove those live oak trees that are the entrance into Mandeville right there?
Sure.
I'd like to know that.
You mentioned, I just want to make sure I'm correct. I thought the traffic study did not take into account of the restaurant being open to the public. Is that correct? Or was it factored in? I know at one point the restaurant was just going to be for the residents, but I believe that changed, or it's always been open to the public, and that was factored into the parking, into the traffic study. Okay.
That was actually one of my questions, because I'm reading off of page 17, and it says, while the fast casual restaurant had only one study in ITE, the proposed restaurant is intended to provide amenities to the residents. It is not intended to attract patrons from the surrounding area. So I'm kind of wondering what my questions had to do somewhat, some of the assumptions that went in with that, along with the marina, because in the same paragraph it says the marina is not planned to include a boat launch and therefore will not be utilized by the general public. So I'd like a little bit of clarification, because as I was doing looking online, I know a lot of the advertising that you guys put out there as the developer talk about it attracting a range of locals and regional visitors alike to the area. So I'm going to have to trust the engineering, because I don't know traffic studies and engineering, but I'm questioning some of the assumptions that went into what's going to be, what was calculated, given some of the advertising that's out there and kind of what it says in the traffic study itself.
Yeah, so to clarify, they had the high turnover sit-down restaurant not open during the AM peak, and then the fast casual not open during the PM peak. That was what was put in the trip generation.
If y'all please settle down on the
So
background noise.
restaurant open in the evening, but not in early morning. The sit-down restaurant. The fast casual being in the morning, and then not in the evening.
Is the restaurant intended to attract patrons from the surrounding area or not?
Mr. Hoffman, please come on up and you can maybe answer a couple of those questions.
So when the proposal was first put in, when our plan was first put in, we had a full-service restaurant that was planned to be lunch and dinner, open to the public. It's always been planned to be open to the public. We also had a separate cafe and office building that would be a breakfast lunch component, and it would also be open to the public. So that's why you see in the traffic study the two different components, with one being open in the morning, one being open in the afternoon. During the P&Z meetings, we ended up revising that and taking out the cafe, and we'll have one restaurant with breakfast, lunch, and dinner open to the public during the same 24-hour period. So it doesn't change the count of people coming in, but it does change the footprint of the buildings. Does that answer the question?
Well, yes and no. You're probably 100% right on what changed. I'm just reading out of the assumptions that went into the traffic study itself. It doesn't talk about two restaurants. It talks about the fast casual restaurants not intended to attract patrons from surrounding area. If that's an assumption that went into this, are we in fact intending to attract patrons from the surrounding area?
So, well, I'll have to get clarification on that sentence. I think that sentence is wrong. It's always been intended to attract people from surrounding areas.
Yeah, I'd like to get some clarification on that, because the next sentence in the trip generation study or description of what goes into this, what went into this study, it says the marina is not planned to include a boat launch and therefore will not be utilized by the general public. So I'm just questioning, I'm not questioning the calculations. I have full faith in them. Some of the assumptions that went in, and especially as I'm looking at some of the advertising that's out there, is that aligning with the traffic study?
My understanding, and we'll get clarification and bring it back to you, but my understanding is that the assumptions that the 103 slips will be available to the public, and approximately 30% of them are intended or projected to be utilized by people who live in the active adult community, is part of the traffic study. So, but we will get that clarified and brought in.
Okay.
But we never intended to have a boat launch with it.
On that note, and I don't know if this is, while you're up here, was retail factored into how much retail are you going to have, what type of retail, and was that considered in the traffic study?
I don't have retail as a land use in the traffic study. We have
Just the restaurant.
Restaurant.
Just the restaurant.
Yeah.
So when we originally had the plans, we had some small retail places, but those came out of the plan. So the only thing that you could argue would be retail outside of the restaurant is the marina office. That might be considered a retail type establishment where the boaters will come and do their thing.
Yeah, I'd just like to tie in what's kind of out on the internet, what you got in your marketing materials about the 80-key boutique hotel event venue, 55-plus adult active adult apartment complex, marina, boat docks, plus retail, food and beverage, attracting a range of local and regional visitors alike. I'd just like somehow to tie what you guys have out in marketing with this traffic study, because it doesn't correlate to me.
We will get that addressed and bring that back to you.
Council, let me clarify on trip generation estimates. So whenever you're putting these estimates in, it's all outside trips. So if they wanted to come back and say, so much of the marina was going to be internal use, they'd have an internal capture factor and actually reduce down the number that's in the land uses, which they don't have any internal capture factors in here.
I understand. I'm going to rely on you for the analysis of the calculations and all that stuff. I'm just talking about what's out in marketing, and what I'm reading out of the traffic study is what the assumptions are going into it. That's kind of.
We can get that clarification.
I just have one more question about the retail. So in the traffic study, it was based on small retail less than 10,000 square feet, but in the ordinance, it's listed at 11,000 square feet for retail and let me make sure hold on, where's my notes? Where's the ordinance? So retail and office space is listed as 11,700 square feet. So but in the traffic study it was based on a smaller percentage. So I just want to see if there was a discrepancy or why that was.
The retail, I believe that you're reading, includes the restaurant.
It just says, under the ordinance, and that was another question I had. In the ordinance, under Table 1, it says authorized land uses and development limits. I don't see restaurants listed. And then under commercial uses, it has retail and office listed as 11,700 square feet.
Correct. That's where we put the restaurant and the
So that's where it's included?
Correct.
So should we just maybe make an amendment or something just to add that in there, just add restaurant?
I think we could, and maybe get that clarification of what's restaurant, what's retail, what's office.
We can do that.
Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay. And then if need be, then we can put it in and separate that out and draw that table out.
And then you just, and this is a little thing, but still, just housekeeping, for the marina, you said 103 boat slips because the ordinance is saying 110.
I think the ordinance includes some temporary boat slips, temporary
Okay.
dockage along the dock for temporary,
Okay.
and that's where that extra 7
Okay.
comes in.
So I just want to clarify something because there's been a lot of discussion in the last week or two about the marina and the parcel that is being considered here. So when we're talking about 110 boat slips that's in this ordinance, there's not 110 boat slips on parcel D, right?
That is correct.
So I'm not quite sure how we reconcile that, or we reconcile temporary boat slips. All that is in a different parcel, which isn't even being considered right now. Is that correct?
But it's part of the ordinance.
But it's part of the ordinance. So it was part of my questions about parcel U and what are we approving in terms of a site plan?
Yeah, I think, and Mr. Zucker, we're going to come back to marina usage in a little bit, but maybe if we finish on the traffic part of it, we'll have a chance to come back. Although, parcel U and, the other thing, parcel U is really not in front of us.
Well, I get it, but it's included in the traffic study, it's included in the ordinance, but it's not part of the parcel that the marina's on, and all those uses aren't in the ordinance, so I'm just...
But from a traffic study perspective, the marina was included as part of the traffic study with this number of boat slips.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And we'll come back to usage if you don't mind.
Right.
Okay.
Well, you said it was 103 boat slips. You said that's what the traffic study factored because the others were temporary?
No, I said I've consistently referred to the marina as having 103 boat slips,
Okay.
which are, I'll call them docks going out and slips between the docks. Along the breakfront, there will be some temporary places, whereas if you're coming in and you're going to go get lunch at the restaurant, you can come in, dock your boat on the side of the breakfront and come get it. So there's space for like 7 other vessels of average size in order to do that.
So that's the public coming in to dock and eat at the restaurant?
It could be the public, or it could be a residence of the active adult. Yes, it could be anybody.
Okay, so they would move their boat out of the slip and then move it to the floating area?
But we're not considering any of that.
Yeah, let's stay on traffic. Yeah, we'll come back to that.
And can I just ask for a clarification on one point that I think that might have been confusing? I believe our traffic study indicated that if the development does not get built in 2045, those intersections that were referred to as C and D or D and E fall into D and E. When our development is added into it, they still fall into D and E. It's not our development that causes those intersections to fall into D and E. they're going to fall into D&E whether the development is built or not. So that's just a point of clarification.
That helps. Okay, from the council members, anything else on traffic?
Yeah, so just to confirm, so when we're talking about access to the site and the traffic study, the only real access from the city of Mandeville itself is through Monroe Street, right? I mean, you can access it coming from South Shore, but you can't access it from anywhere in Mandeville or north of Lake Pontchartrain other than turning down Monroe Street and coming through a single entrance.
Is there two, though, coming off of Monroe
So,
Street?
yeah, you have both NTVs, right.
Mhm.
Camp Road NTVs.
I thought
and the other NTVs.
so that's there's an emergency entrance that's separate
Right.
from the other two entrances, or one is an emergency entrance, one is
Both activities go to Mariners Boulevard.
right,
And then
they're both for public
an emergency
use.
entrance.
Okay.
But
And
yeah,
the
but
emergency-
they come from Monroe, right.
The emergency is the one on the like,
That's on St. Croix.
okay.
The emergency is separate from the two.
Right.
Plus coming off the causeway. Okay. Anything else on traffic?
And I did have a question also about the growth rate. And I appreciate that. So as I understood it, over the 20-year period that is supposed to be examined, the 1.5% annualized growth rate results in 20 years to a 20% increase, plus or minus.
25, 30, yeah.
Something like that. So the 1.5%, I'd just like to understand that a little bit more. Just because, just in the context of Mandeville itself being a destination community and not necessarily a community that's like growing geographically or growing in terms of infill spaces. So the 1.5%, how was that really arrived at? I know you said that they had some counts and this and that, but as all these other areas grow, Madisonville, Covington, Abita Springs, Lacombe, everybody's kind of coming to Mandeville and coming to Old Mandeville and the lakefront. And there's really only three entrances to get in Old Mandeville. I mean, there's a lot of side streets, but it's Monroe Street, Jackson, and Girard. Right. So this is one of the three entrances into Mandeville, and I'm just wondering, does that 1.5% annualized growth rate in traffic generally account for the growth of all the surrounding areas and the destination of Mandeville, of Old Mandeville and the lakefront, considering there's only three entrances into that location?
Right. So what we started with was, like I said, we had the DOTD count stations, and you go back to historical annualized growth, right? And we looked at all the different ones there and put some averages together. But we got on a call with Regional Planning Commission, who, like I said, they do a true transportation model. So we went anywhere from not much traffic growth to 1%, some places minus 0.5%, depending on when the count was taken. But we have years of data that we had to agree with them on, and RPC was
You actually
included.
had negative growth on the North Shore in some areas.
And out of the 5 or 6 stations that were counted, it depends on which one it is, right? And it's annualized. So from 2012, you could have had a big boom, but then the next year you might not have. So it wasn't until we got in a discussion with Regional Planning Commission on their model. Their model takes into account every possible project in their what's called TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, that could possibly happen. And so their really aggressive growth rate was right at around 2.2. And that's any possible project you can dream of on the North Shore, whether that's widening 1088 and things like that would generate possibly more traffic down here. So we came to an agreement that with a bunch of averages being somewhere anywhere between 0 and 1, and then the 2.2, that 1.5 was a conservative enough number to annualize over 20 to 22 years.
Yeah, no, I get that. And I guess my question is more, okay, assume that that's correct, which I have no reason not to assume that's correct, but does that take into account the funneling of all the growth in the surrounding areas?
Yes.
That really, not anybody coming from the north is going to actually go down Florida Street to Jackson Avenue or to Girard Street. Everybody's coming down Monroe Street, coming from the north to get to Old Mandeville and the lakefront. So does that 1.5% growth rate take into account that funneling effect of that's where everyone's going over 20 years. I'm just asking.
Yeah, and so the way RPC looks at it, yes, that's generally what their model does. Again, it's all planning purposes on how they do this, right? How we're looking at it. So their RPC model, that's exactly what it does. It takes into effect, the accessibility on streets, like you said, is only a few inches to get into Old Mandeville. But at the same time, their model, in discussing deeper with them with this project, is overly aggressive. So that's how we landed on in between the two.
So the traffic study doesn't take into account the hotel and special events, anything going on? Or?
It specifically looks at the peak hour, right, AM and PM.
Right, but if you're having a special event, you're having a wedding or what have you, it's 6, 7 o'clock at night on a Friday, and then you've got Mandeville High having a football game. So any sort of special event, how many people can be at the special events? Or
So I guess if you have the number of parking spaces at the facility, and then a little bit more, right? At that time, you're most likely not going to have an AM peak event, or the PM peak is from 4:45 to 5:45. You might have a little bit of overlap there, but typically not. So major events, you wouldn't have all that peak traffic that's existing now during that time at the same time as some of those. And again, the chloro.
Well, it ends at 5:45, but you could have an event at 6, 6:30. Right. It could be right around.
But I guess for planning purposes, it's still after peak hours, so it's hard to incorporate both.
But is there any sort of plan to handle what if you have an event that's 250 to 300 people? How are you going to handle the traffic getting in and out? Is there a plan?
Jill, I'll just say the parking calculation. That's what the parking calculations are for the site itself. So when you have an event center parking calculation, it accommodates for those events.
But the parking calculations. We'll get to that later on, but I have some questions about that because that's event, and there's special event parking calculations, and then there's earlier I was told that it's not special, it's not an event center, it's part of their operations, but we're still dealing with a wedding pavilion, a wedding lawn, and I believe an event space that can hold 250 to 300 people. So I want to make sure, and we'll get there after we talk about the traffic study, but that's another, I want to make sure we have adequate parking for that.
Yep, we can certainly talk about that later.
And that it's accurate, because if we're basing everything, if we're basing parking calculations and the traffic study, if those two go together, we need to make sure our parking calculations are correct. More to follow.
More to follow.
Yeah, and just to, before we move off a traffic study, just to reiterate, so with regard to Monroe Street, these proposed recommendations in the summary, what happens to those live oak trees? What does the widening of Monroe look like and the adding of the turn lane? What does that do to the primary entrance from the north to Old Mandeville? And then what is a statement of probable cost? What is this going to cost? I'd like to know those things.
Off the top of my head, probably a $500,000 project for that turn lane.
Well, just the turn lane, the widening.
Right, yeah, everything.
I don't know if there's utilities that got to be relocated.
Yep.
There's all kind of other stuff,
Yeah.
And Councilman Zuckerman, we'll get the actual footprint. We don't have it in front of us, but the oak
please
trees
hold
are
down
in
the
the
noise.
second intersection. So as you're turning onto Monroe, you have where the sign is and all of the landscaping, then they have an actual intersection, and then the two live oaks are behind that. I don't know the proposed footprint of the turn lane and how deep, so
Yeah,
we'll get that.
I'd like to see that, because I just know every time we've talked about adding a southbound turn lane, can't do it because of the live oak trees. It's live oak tree or turn lane, so I'd like to see that.
Okay, we'll get those clarifications. All right. Mr. Hoffman, if we could move towards your timeline of the proposed development, kind of what would happen if approved? We are, after we go through the 4 topics, just like we did 2 weeks ago, we'll come back around.
It should be slide 5. So our anticipated time schedule right now is we picked, starting on first quarter of 2024, first thing we would do would be on the site preparation, and get that site preparation work started with moving some of the dirt around and leveling some of the areas. The active adult component is the longest piece for construction. That's about a 2-year schedule, so that would be started as soon as possible after site prep. At the same time we did that, we would start with the marina construction, which would be building the bulkhead around the marina. And one of the key reasons for that is we want to use some of the dredge material off the bottom to fill some of the low areas in on the land side. And we've had the sediment at the bottom tested to make sure that it was chemically free and capable of doing that. So we would do the bulkhead during that second quarter on the marina. Then you see that we've got the hotel layered in, the restaurant construction, and then the completion of the marina, with the goal that all of these would be ready at the end of the 2-year period, because the plan is all focused on opening up everything at once, because they all interact with each other and they all have some commonality of usage between it. The landscape, hardscape at the bottom is part of the last. That's the roads in the development, the sidewalks, the landscaping, and the signage that would go up in there.
Is the site preparation the initial phase that's discussed in the gift agreement? Is that the only part that's the initial phase portion?
No, the site preparation would really strictly on the site, but then it rolls into each one of those other areas around them. There's part of that that's site preparation. So site preparation really goes on during the course of the whole project.
So where does it cut off as far as the initial, as it's defined in that in the gift agreement? Where does it cut off as far as a time frame? The initial phase. Is there a portion of that that's a cutoff for the initial phase?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The gift agreement contemplates an initial phase. I'm just kind of curious as to where that cuts off.
You're asking a question I don't know anything about.
Okay.
Because we're not involved in the gift agreement. This is in accordance with our lease with the LSU Health Foundation.
Okay.
And if I understand this right, really, you have initial site preparation, kind of quick site preparation, but then each other phase has its own site preparation.
Correct.
So I guess in essence, to answer Ms. Bush's question, total site preparation is probably a year plus in. By the time you start the last couple phases, because you're preparing throughout.
Correct. Well, the site preparation melds into each of the areas, and then it converts over to the landscaping, hardscaping side of the site preparation.
Okay.
You mentioned dredging and bulkhead construction. Does all of that happen on parcel D, or is that any of that construction outside of parcel D, which we're talking about?
The bulkhead construction,
will that be on the property itself?
It's possible that some of the tiebacks for the bulkhead itself will extend into parcel D, depending
So
on.
most of it's going to be on parcel, the bulkheads and the dredging is in parcel U.
Correct. All the dredging is in parcel U.
Okay. So that would be new construction in parcel U you'd have to go permit for that new construction under parcel U, correct?
It's, when you say new.
If it's not on parcel D, it's in parcel U, so
It's
that
in
would
parcel
require
U.
a permit to go do all that. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
My understanding is we'd have to get a permit for that.
So
both-
that would-
Not just from the city, but also from the Corps of Engineers.
Right, okay. But we're not considering the development or anything on parcel U right now?
Correct.
Okay, but that would play into the discussion we've been having about what's going to be required to pull a permit for parcel U. So just want to make sure.
What other questions for Mr. Hoffman on timelines for potential development? Anything else right now? Maybe we'll move into a brief discussion on how did you get to your density numbers? There's been a lot of talk about that process.
Would it be possible to do the marina first and then do the density?
I don't have a problem with that. Everybody's okay with that? Talk
Only
about-
because the next slide is marina.
Right there. Okay. Then let's go into marina and kind of usage and proposed usage of the marina.
So we had a market study done for the marina a while back, and the market study showed that there's a demand for somewhere between 110 and 150 slips between now and 2030, and it gave a breakdown of what they thought that demand was based on the study and whatnot. So this was part of the information that we used when designing the marina itself. This is the current design of the marina that everybody, I think, has probably seen at this point. And it shows 103 slips of various sizes going around. If I can get this to work. We're looking at a bulkhead with sheet piling along up here, which is where the existing sheet piling is or was, that hasn't deteriorated, and then sheet piling along here and repairing or replacing this sheet piling that's right here because there's some damage right in that area. We will probably use a
if everybody can please keep their other
a different
comments.
type of material, and I'll show you on the next slide, of rocks and grass along here to give it a softer look, and probably the same up in this area right up here to shore up the land, but also we're trying to avoid having just a sheet pile wall all the way around the marina to where it just looks like a bowl with walls that drop by. So we're looking at something similar to this or something like this in those softer areas. This obviously is more of the sheet pile design that comes through in that regard. And we're working with our engineers because one of the things we're concerned about is wave action coming up and hitting the side of it. But we also want to create an environment that is friendly to the environment, friendly to nature. So, like I said, we don't want just sheet piling all the way around the whole area. Good. And this is just to give you an indication. We will have some areas where we have this step down. That gets back to the elevations that are on this site. There's some significant variation in elevations. So we are anticipating that in some areas of the marina we'll have that drop down type area. This down here is that area I was referring to where people could come and tie up during the day and then come over here to the restaurant for lunch, dinner activity. And then the marina, we anticipate having electrical service, internet, potable water, fuel dock, and sanitary pump out. That would be in all the marina.
So,
Okay.
just so I'm clear, though, based on the discussions I've had with the city attorney, everything you just presented is not under consideration, or is it under? Are we approving that site plan or that use, or what of what he just presented are we considering tonight?
You are not approving any permits for Part U. You're not approving a conditional use permit for parcels U, and you're not considering a zoning amendment to parcel U. What you are considering from parcel U is its relationship to parcel D, and that comes into those 12 factors because it's a adjacent property. And so it's the proposed use, which is already vested because it's been in place, a marina has been in place since 1978 when it was first platted. So that is to take into consideration because of its relationship with each other and the uses that are proposed for parcel D, its neighbor.
Okay, so everything we just talked about, the bulkheads, the dredging, the docks, the pump out stations, all that is a separate project. It's a separate permit. Everything else, we're just kind of considering it as an ancillary.
But, and on to tag along on that, 110 boat slips is in the ordinance. So I thought we were dealing with parcel D. So if the 110 boat slips are on parcel U, why is it in this ordinance?
It's in relation to the parking and the traffic study.
It's a factor that you have to consider when you're looking at all of the proposed uses for D. But to answer your question, Jason, as far as the development of parcel U, it would be subject to the process set forth 8.2.3.9.
And that requires a conditional use permit?
It depends upon the actual site plan. So if you look at, there's a difference in 4.3.3.13, which is a modification of a plain district or conditional use permit. When that site plan actually comes in for permitting, Kara, as the planning director, has an opportunity to look at it, and if she feels that it is an expansion or a change of the existing use, then it would have to go through a conditional use permit. But if it's substantially similar to what was already used and in place, then you could just go through the process. It could be an administrative decision that goes through. At this point, it's too early to tell, and I would say that that's not before you.
But there's nothing there. There's nothing there, so there's no existing site plan. So I'm just...
And then you're saying that we're not looking at parcel U and that the marina, the 110 boat slips is in this ordinance, and we're just supposed to consider it because it's adjacent. But then at the last meeting, everything was about it's parcel U. We're not discussing it.
I guess you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So parcel U on its own they're not here with a conditional use permit. They're not here with a site plan to review or to approve, and they're not here for a zoning amendment. But some of the concepts of parcel U, and that it's going to be used as a boat or as a marina, and it's right next door to parcel D, is important information for you to have, and the developer feels that you need to have, so that when you're looking at whether or not parcel D has sufficient parking and the traffic analysis and the density and the design of the site plan is appropriate for parcel D.
I just want to make sure that we're clear as to whether or not when parcel U does get developed, because you talked about one of the first things you'll do is go dredge parcel U and go put bulkheads up in parcel U and start developing that. Does that go before planning and zoning and come back before us because we're not allowed to consider it right now? I guess is what I'm asking. Or is that, I guess what I heard you say is that site plan could be approved administratively.
If it's not a substantial departure, or if it's not a substantial departure from what the use was already, and that determination will have to be made at that time.
As part of this ordinance, amendment to this ordinance, could we require that? Could we require a conditional use permit for that adjacent piece of property?
I thought a marina had to require a conditional use permit.
Parcel U is a body of water that was approved and the original subdivision plat as a marina. They're not asking to change that use. And they're not asking for a zoning change, so that's why it is not before you all.
That's part of my concern, and that's why I'm bringing this up, because it's not just a body of water, which honestly that doesn't matter much to me. It's a parcel. It's a legal parcel of property. But parcel U, from the surveys I have, has land that is below water and land that is above water, same as parcel D has land that is above water and below water. So I'm just still having a hard time with that whole below water thing.
It's a vested use, Jason.
I get the use. What I'm concerned about is the site plan approval.
Yep.
And so I just want to be sure that we're considering all this, presenting the site plan and all that stuff, that if in fact this thing moves forward, that there is an approval process for that parcel of property, and it's not just an administrative approval.
But there is an approval process. It's already in place, and that is 8.2.3.9. So that governs the site plan for that. The planning director and the planning department cannot deviate from any of this. And that's why it's specifically ostracized. They put an asterisk in the table of uses.
That's why I'm asking if we could put a condition on it, because what I'm hearing is it doesn't that site plan does not necessarily have to go before planning and zoning. That marina plan doesn't necessarily need to go before planning and zoning or come back before the council. That's what I heard.
What if we took that question and gave them a chance to clarify that?
That's fine. I'm just asking.
I would need to look to make sure it's not a takings.
Let's do that.
And I want to look at so on the case summary sheet, conditional use requested lists the following marine-related services, but the ordinance calls out marina. So in the case summary sheet, sorry y'all, but the devil's in the details. So I just want to make sure we're marine services, okay, boat sales / services as defined by section 6.4.49. Then, so that's one marine services. Then there's another marine service that is retail. So under the boat sales / services, the uses that could be there is my understanding, if I understand it correctly, it could be like a boat yard, it could be like big, they could work on boats, they could have that going on. Is that what's happening, or does it need to be clarified and changed to just be retail?
I think maybe that goes as part of that clarification, so we don't get bogged down in that.
Jill, I think, not to beat a dead horse, I think I'm going to need you to repeat that question because I don't think I'm following you.
Okay, so, this is also, I have several things. I want to make sure that the ordinance and the case summary sheet match. I think that will just be easier, make sure everyone's on the same page and we all know what we're voting on and everything's consistent. So on the case summary, it lists marine services, boat sales / service. So it's different than marine retail. So the sections are 6.4.49 and 6.4.54. My concern is the boat sales / service. What exactly can go there?
I'm going to read you the definition. So the boat sales and service is the establishment for the sale, rental, servicing, and routine maintenance, including cleaning and minor topside painting only, of recreation boats and accessories for recreational purposes.
So they could sell boats?
Typical uses include boat sales and service facilities. So the retail, if they wanted to rent out the slips, if they wanted to rent out boats, that's how they would do that. The marine services retail is the establishment for the retail sales of marine associated items, including fresh seafood, bait, tackle, boat hardware and equipment, ice, soft drinks, food stuff, alcoholic beverages, subject to licensing requirements. Typical uses include ship stores, sail lofts, dockside convenience stores, and retail seafood stores. So there are two different types of marine support services. One would be, if they wanted to rent out kayaks or rent out a paddle board or rent out any of those kind of things that are associated with water services, that would be the boat sales and service. And then the other one would be if they had any associated retail.
Okay. All right, everybody, we're good for the moment on marina issues? Just a brief kind of update on the density process.
Is that what's next? All right.
Want to touch on that, Mr. Hoffman?
Well, okay, so I don't know where to fit this in, but I do have some more questions about why the case summary and why the ordinance, why there's some discrepancies. I don't know when I can bring that up.
There's, at some point, modifications that would be allowed, and then if there has, and I think it would be helpful to get certain clarifications on what those discrepancies are, what we can do and not do, and then if need be, you could make amendments to modify. We'll get there, sir. We're going to get there. That's not what we're discussing at this time. No. Well, parcel U is not in front of us, but we're going to try to finish on where we are, and then we'll come back around to that.
Are we going to have is there another discussion on the site plan, site layout, and all that stuff?
Certainly can be.
And I've got questions about the definition of restaurants and how it's different from the ordinance. So when can I ask those questions?
Yeah, I don't want to mess up your plan for the discussion here.
We're going to have time
to
do that. And if not tonight, certainly at future meetings.
Cool.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's talk density briefly, and then we're going to move towards public comments and questions.
Okay, on the density, we looked at the entire site. We started off with, I'll call, building blocks of what makes sense to go on the site. We looked at the active adult component first because that is the largest building on the site, and we tried to determine, based off market studies and site logistics, what size apartment complex makes sense. In the active adult arena, 200 is a sweet spot. When you get bigger than that, you get complexities with, you get different labor ratios, and you also get complexities with turnovers and whatnot. So 200 we felt was the appropriate size. So then it became, how do we put that on the site? It fits with the density requirements of the site. And we said, what other activities do you need to have a healthy, vibrant, active adult? And that's when we came in with the restaurant and the hotel. We also, at that point, came in with the marina, because the marina was not originally part of our project. But the marina does complement the active adult, the restaurant, and the hotel. And so then we started playing them out on the site and making sure that we had all the open area requirements, all the parking requirements that were required to be on the site, and that's how we determined the site. We also took into consideration the height of the various buildings and looked at them in relationship to the other buildings all around it and minimized the height from that standpoint. We looked at line of sight from all angles of the building, and because of where this building is located, it doesn't get a whole lot of line of sight unless you're in a boat out in the lake coming into it. So in a summary form, that's how we came up with it.
Questions in regards to that for Mr. Hoffman?
So I actually had a couple of questions on density and height. So low-hanging fruit first on height. I was studying the height diagrams that you had provided, and I was looking at the survey, and I noticed that the height diagrams, they all measured the building height from finished floor to top of parapet. And I know the Chloro's got some definitions about how you measure building height. Typically, it's the highest point of the adjacent road, nearest to the building, to the midpoint of a slope roof. We may or may not be applying that literally to it, but I'm trying to get some reference because this does have pitched roofs and the site is not flat. And I know we've talked about it being a high piece of ground, but there's a lot of elevation change on that property. It goes from along the waterfront 4, 5, 6. A big part of that property is elevation 7, 8, and it does go up to 11, 11.5 in the high spot over by parcel U. So in terms of height, those diagrams, I was just having a hard time understanding in terms of existing grade, how high are these buildings? So maybe something you might not be able to answer now, but certainly for if you could look at that for the next meeting, it would be helpful for me.
And I did have that as one of my topics for the next meeting too, was height.
Yeah, because we typically measure it as in here. It's it's from the highest point in the street to the midpoint of a sloped roof. So we may not know where the streets are, but I'm wondering, with the property being in flood zone AE and having different minimum base flood elevations where you have to have that finished floor, how high above grade is that finished floor going to be? How much fill are we bringing in? And then how high is that building going to really be? Because if your BFE is at 9 for an AE, you got to be at 11 with your finished floor, which means that if you're measuring from finished floor, you're going up so high, but if you're building in at elevation 6 or 7, you're already coming up 5-6 feet before you even start measuring. So I just think that'd be helpful for everybody.
We can put together some more information, but I would point to, could you flip to the 2 or 3 back? Keep going. No, this keep going that forward. I'm sorry. One of the ways to look at it, keep going forward. The hotel is not the. One more, please. I think keep. One more. One of the ways that might help looking at it, and one of the things that we did, was we looked at it in comparison with the surrounding buildings that were out there. And so if you look at the topsail and you carry across, you can see the height of it to the height of the active adult wing. That's what we call the north wing of the active adult closest to topsail. It comes around and connects on the bottom. So then you keep coming across. You have the walkway that brings you into the main building, and you see where the height goes from the 55 to the 65 for that one section, then drops back down and goes back over. So that the idea was to keep the height within relativity of the surrounding buildings. And you can see we can get you better measurements of exactly where those points are.
Because
from bottom to top.
As I'm looking at the site, it's just like the hotel itself. It spans, if you just roughly lay it out, it's sitting on property that's elevation 5.5 or 6 at one quarter, goes up one corner and all the way up to almost 12 on the other. But the drawings that I was looking at really don't even show the dimension to the top of the roof. It's to the top of the parapet, top of the slope roof. So I just want to make sure that we really understand how tall these things are from the property. That's all. And like I said, I'm not asking you to answer it now.
No, but we can get you that information.
And I have some questions probably for the planning director, and I don't expect you to have them tonight, but for the next meeting. Okay, so the Cloro defines lot area as the net horizontal area within bounding lot lines, but excluding any portion of a flag panhandle lot providing access to a street, and excluding any public or private easement or right-of-way providing access to another lot. Were flag lots, public, private easements, and right-of-way to another lot excluded from the 570 square foot calculation, which I believe was used in determining the criteria for parking for the apartments?
So there's no existing right-of-way on the property right now?
There's no existing right-of-ways on the property right now.
So it wasn't factored in?
No.
You got to have a right-of-way, right?
There's no existing right-of-way on the property. It's all vacant land. There's no improvements on the property.
But what do you mean by right-of-way?
Where's the definition, Joe?
It's I didn't put that in my notes. I just have it that the Cloro defines its lot area. So wherever lot area, I can find out the specific.
Is that a question that you can work with Ms. Bartholomew on?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So that's one question. The other question is, does any portion of the total site square footage include wetlands or areas subject to periodic inundation? Because if so, does it?
I don't believe that we've had a wetlands determination.
Right. So I understand the answer is no.
I'm not.
Because this whole...
Because there's never been a determination, right? And then, so the reason why I bring it up is so in Cloro section 7.4, it states areas subject to periodic inundation shall not be included in the calculations of required lot area or required buildable area for purposes of subdivision of land or the issuance of a development permit.
They aren't subdividing the property. So that comes into account when you subdivide a piece of property and you do not include areas under the 5-foot contour line when you're creating a new parcel. And in this case, they are not creating a new parcel. It's a lot of record.
I do want to go back to the right-of-way question, though, because I missed that part, how that came up or where it came up, but I would like some clarification of the right of passage servitude that does exist along the property line between parcel D and parcel U. It's a big deal to me, spending some time looking back at the original ordinance 9840 that rezoned the property that's at issue, and the council back then went through some effort. I know it was presented by the applicant at that time to actually revoke those servitudes. That was part of what was requested of the planning and zoning and the council, but in the actual ordinance, those servitudes were retained, and the applicant was required to delete all construction out of those servitudes in the ordinance itself. So
Hi, I'm Ashley King with Traplin Pier Architects. I am the lead architect for the hotel, and I've been highly involved in the development of the site. And so I think that I can answer some of the questions that y'all have brought up in regards to these projects. So when we located the hotel and the active adult, we purposely put it on the higher pieces of the property. Primarily, most of those are in flood zone X. The lower areas of the site, which are to the east and the west of the property, that is actually where we have the entrances into the site. We purposely put them along that portion of the site. Since they were the lowest, we could do that without bringing any fill into the building. We also are taking advantage of sort of those lower areas of the site is where we have our entrances into our parking levels. For the hotel itself, the average height of the existing land around the hotel site itself is at elevation 13. Our parking is at elevation 9, and our first floor is at elevation 19. So we, in an effort to minimize the amount of asphalt on the site and maximize the amount of green space, we purposely put parking underneath both the hotel and the active adult. So I think that that's also why it doesn't appear to be a lot of parking on the site.
what building did you say was at elevation 13?
No, the current average elevation around the hotel is at elevation 13. Average.
The proposed or existing?
Existing.
The average existing is at elevation 13?
Yes, we have a little mound, and I don't know if you can see. So there is a mound this is at elevation 13. This is elevation.
I'm probably just looking at something different because I'm looking at the survey that you guys sent over. The highest point on it is 12. It goes down to 11 all the way down.
Okay, I think there's a piece that's at 13, and then
that's the survey. Okay. I don't see anything. There's not even a contour for elevation 13 on it.
Okay, then I might have to go back to that. But we started. The average I think now is at 13. Yes, we've changed.
You're gonna have to show me that because I'm seeing the majority of the sites at elevation 7, 8, 9, 10.
And there's a good bit, and we're trying not to. We're not building on that area. We're actually taking that sort of where the road is coming in. We're trying to, or where we're using as our entrance to our parking.
Okay.
For the most part, it's not working out. It's not the hotel and the active is just on that area, but along the east of the building, of the property, there's also a creek. And we have a number of rain gardens between the road and the creek to mitigate water runoff and to treat the water before it gets to the creek. So we're trying to keep those natural contours running from west to east, so we're not draining directly into the lake as well. So I don't know if that helped.
So since it came up, I didn't mean to hijack the discussion about rights-of-ways and servitudes, but again, going back to the ordinance that was passed, 9840, and the site plan that was proposed and approved, the right of passage servitude in favor of the city that was established in 1982, I think it was, that was specifically maintained in 9840. You guys are building across it.
We are actually, the servitude is kind of, that particular portion of the servitude is actually along a portion of the perimeter of the marina. And
Servitude that you're speaking of runs around.
It's right here. I got it. It's that.
We're not building.
It runs around here. This is what this walkway is that brings people down. That's
so the
built
current
on top of the servitude so people can access down to the lake.
So the current site plan does not have the restaurant extending across the servitude?
No.
Doesn't?
No. In fact, that area right there is where you see a pretty good drop-off on elevation to get down to that servitude.
All right, so you're saying the site plan that you have proposed here maintains that 30-foot right of passage servitude that extends, and I'm actually, because I got a new site plan today that showed, the site plans that I have now show that right of passage servitude on extending around parcel D across the property line into parcel U and out. But then I saw another site plan that got sent today, I think it is, which has all of it. I don't know. I got to look at it. It just got sent today.
That site plan, there's lots of pushing and pulling of that portion of the servitude. And at one point we extended, that servitude was built out along with building out a portion of the land. That was when there was both a restaurant and a cafe in the site plan proposal. Now that the cafe has been removed, we're able to push the restaurant away and maintain the current servitude, the current footprint of the servitude. We were shifting the servitude, we're shifting it back to its current location.
So you're shifting, I mean,
we are maintaining the new site plan. Once we eliminate the cafe, there's no change to that servitude. It will be maintained, it will be paved so that people have access to the water all along the water, which is the intent of the servitude.
But the servitude varies in width.
Yeah,
as
30
it goes
foot.
all the way around.
Yeah, it's wide before it hits, it's wide on the leading up to the water, and then it's 30 foot, then it goes to 10 or 15 foot
right.
when it goes on a U.
Right.
So going back to my question, was that particular right-of-way eliminated in the parking calculations? Kara? It goes back to the flag lots, private public easements, and right-of-way. Was that excluded in the calculation?
I'm going to look into that definition.
Okay.
I just like, and again, not asking for you to answer it here, just, as you're going back and looking at this, 9840, Section 2, as part of what they established, basically asked the applicant at that time to revise their site plan to parcel D and delete all references to new roadways, access, guardhouse located in the servitude of passage and drainage. So I'm interested in kind of some details about how are we actually maintaining that servitude of passage. The intent of it was outlined in the case summary sheet that was given to planning zoning at the time, which was it was originally granted to the city for public access to the lakefront. So I guess I'd like to just see some details about how you're proposing to maintain those servitudes and maintain what they were originally intended for.
So we're proposing to maintain it by constructing a walkway that follows around the edge of the marina. We don't have detailed plans that identifies exactly what the exact width is at each point along the way because of we're not that far along in planning the whole project. But the intent is to allow the residents or guests to follow that servitude down to the lakefront.
No, I understand. I just like, the site plans that we have, the ones that I'm looking at, they show bulkheads and stairs crossing it and all these sorts of things and outdoor seating and little buildings on it. And I'm just asking.
And let's just, this is, what you all are reviewing is a zoning change and conditional use in a conceptual site plan, right? So the construction details and the finite details of this site plan is not fully developed.
I get it, but again, I'm referring back to what was the conditions that were placed on the last ordinance about maintaining it and not having any construction in that servitude. This proposed site plan shows construction in that servitude. So I'm asking, just the same question the last council asked.
The intent of that construction within the servitude is to actually, for people to actually be able to walk along the lake and the water and people to actually truly experience it, sit.
And is that city owned? Is it city owned?
No.
It's privately owned, but it's open to the public.
Okay.
So the public could walk along there, sit and enjoy the water. Currently, I think as Bill was explaining, it's sheet pile, barriers. You don't have a great experience with the water. And for us, it was really important to provide a really great experience and connection with the water. I mean, that's the beauty of Mandeville, and that's why people go to the lakefront all the time and sit and experience, and we want to be able to have that same experience at this site.
I think we've got a few things that need to be clarified that the applicant will be able to help us with and the planning director. So we'll do that certainly for our next meeting. I do want to try to work through some of our public comments as well.
And I still have a lot of different questions. I know we're running out of time, and I definitely want to send it on to the public, but I've still got a lot more questions and more clarifications that I'm going to need at some point.
So I think to make this very clear for everybody, obviously it's late. We understand everybody's tired. We did look at potential dates for a special meeting if we needed it. We have that set up for Tuesday, June the 20th, and I think we'd all be in agreement. We can use that evening to further discuss, and so that will be done in this room starting at 6 o'clock. We're not adjourning yet, so don't get me wrong, but I want to make sure we know that before anybody does leave. So that will be our special meeting, not a voting meeting, and during that evening, we'll have a chance for clarifications if we need to discuss more about parking, height, that Mr. Hoffman's going to come back with, and some of our other issues, okay?
If you all could send me what you want to be clarified, I'm available anytime to all of you, so I can have all of that information to you ahead of time. Elizabeth, I, and David are all available for any clarifications that you all need, so please just send those to us so we can have that available to you.
And also, as a reminder for the public, we have on our website a tab that has all the information, and also an opportunity that if you have a question or comment that you want answered, submit that. So Ms. Scheer is monitoring that daily, sending whoever should be answering those questions, and we're going to respond as quickly as we can. So don't forget that that's there as well. Okay? So we're going to get there. All right?
My question's about the special meeting.
Okay.
Can I ask that?
Sure. Then I'm taking you off
Mandeville,
the list.
241 Wilkinson Street, about special meetings. You're just saying one. I think that this proposal and, y'all's time, everybody's time here, the developer's time, the applicant's time, I think we're probably going to need more than one. Where in summertime, people travel. I think, from my perspective, I'd rather you schedule 2 or 3. And if we don't need the third one, then you just take it off the books. That way I can adjust my travel schedule. I've got some things I want to do, but I think it's important for me to be here because I want to learn. I'm probably speaking for other people as well, and y'all.
I appreciate it,
So-
certainly, and we definitely reserve that right. But June the 20th, definite. We have a regular council meeting 2 nights later.
But again, a regular council meeting with all the discussion here, it's 9:30 and nobody's had a chance to make public comments yet. It's past my bedtime. I'm exhausted.
I understand. Yeah.
So-
So we will certainly take a look at that if needed.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think it's very well needed.
Yeah. Okay, let's work through what I would ask is, I have the list of people that signed in. I'm going to go down that list. All right, and I would ask that those comments or questions be in line with what we have been discussing, whether it would be traffic, density, site development, or marina usage, okay? We'll have more opportunities. We want everybody to have their chance to be heard through any possible means that we've had that. But I would ask it for the sake of time and everybody's patience, to try to do that. So I'll work down, and maybe some other people have left, but again, no more than 3 minutes. We have our timer, and then try to keep those comments to the 4 topics that we've been discussing. So first on the list, Ms. Phoebe Williamson. Is Ms. Williamson still here? Going once? No? Okay, moving on next. Mr. Grunman. Mr. Grunman still here?
Larry Grumman, 301 Mariners Island. Yes, I had planned to ask why my other questions for the last meeting hadn't been answered, but what I will go to is, what I was trying to explain to you, U is all water, and that's what he was discussing at the time. And what Ms. Bartholomew was referring to is marina facilities, what's in the zoning for marina facilities, and that is going to be built on D. Because U is all water, so all of those things are going to be built on D. That's what I was trying to get to. You were discussing something that was in the water, but it wasn't. It's on the land, and it's the confusion that you all were talking about. So I was trying to get that straightened out, and you don't give the opportunity for people to say something when it's contemporaneously pertinent, and that is most frustrating.
Well, I appreciate the feedback. We kind of set the rule that way 2 weeks ago. I felt that it would be more efficient to run the meetings that way in order to get through the topics versus the back and forth all night, because we knew we weren't going to try to do it all in one meeting, and to try to have some sort of plan. That was the plan that was set. If we went back and forth, with all the topics back and forth on and on, we'd be here all night. So we're trying to keep it somewhat.
But if you don't stop sometimes, you're not talking, making sense to each other. And that's what I was trying to bring out, because that was exactly what the point was. I got one question. What is the longest wait time the traffic study says would be at any light?
So when are you looking for? You're looking for in 2045? You're looking 2025?
2025. Can we stop the clock while he's looking?
Let's see. Yeah.
He'll get the question answered, but.
So let's just say East Causeway approach at Monroe, on Monroe, about 33 seconds.
Well, you could have a hard time convincing mothers taking kids to school that that's the right answer.
Well, yeah, and I am not a traffic expert, but I know when Mr. Leverton was talking about that peak time, is certainly around the school times, so that does make a difference.
But I mean, do you see that? Does that show you there's something wrong with the traffic study because it doesn't reflect reality?
Well, based off of the methodology, we're going. I do understand it's late, and I do appreciate everybody's patience. Okay, we're not going to solve it all tonight. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Grunman. All right, Miss Lynn Donier, if I'm close.
It's Don Ray or Don you if you're really cultured, which I'm not.
Well, I guess I'm not either.
I wanted to say some things to you guys. The events that they're going to be planning with this facility are going to have to be so closely coordinated with the joy of those who live here with events on the lake. And we have quite a few and lots of traffic. And So that's going to be very interesting. And I'm really concerned with the balance about flooding in that particular area. I believe Monroe's built over a railroad track, and we don't have flooding, around the schools and stuff like that. But going into the lake and dredging and doing all these things, I'm not an expert, but I'm telling you, it's real. So, and I wondered what it meant, sanitary pump out, into the lake? I don't know what that means. And the traffic study, I live at the very end of Monroe from 190 toward Madisonville. When school is in, you can't get through the stop signs there. Even though there are no schools right there, the traffic study that they did, really, I'm not hearing anything real about it. And that's distressing, because that's where we live, in that quiet little neighborhood. And anyway, so that was a big concern with most of us here, trying to get out of our subdivision and still have the peace of living in old Golden Shores. Mm-hmm. That's what we pay the taxes for, and that's what we love. And yeah, it's not a destination city, thank God. So do your homework. I'm trusting you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being so thorough and listening and not talking down to us or restricting us or treating us like children. Thank you very much, both of you.
So I've asked for no clapping and such, and we've kind of maintained those. And again, it's late. We agree. Appreciate everybody's patience, but I'd ask for a few more minutes so we can continue to work through that. Ms. Donjou, thank you very much. Mr. Tom Whalen.
Good evening. 507 Topsail Drive, Tom Whalen. All 12 of the criteria that were mentioned, they all apply. I live about a catcher's throw to second base from the marina, okay? And I have, my neighbors live about as close as the catcher is to the umpire in the next block from me, okay? And all 12 of those criteria apply and will affect, I'm afraid, very negatively the life of the residents that are there. It's a residential area. Turning this into mixed use for commercial use, well, let's deal with traffic for a moment. Anyone who lives there knows that the rezoning from residential to mixed use will substantially increase the traffic and the wait times on Monroe, especially impacting the children, the parents, and staff of those three schools. At 7:30 in the morning, from Hutchinson to the light going west, it's backed up. I'm on my bicycle. I'm an active adult, a real active adult, not the name active adult. I'm a real active adult on his bicycle every morning, usually at daybreak. There are children being walked to school by their parents. You want to expand Monroe? You got to be kidding. That's really going to be tough. There's a sidewalk that ends, and then you have to cross the street for another sidewalk. And I have to bike there too. I'm still here, and I've been biking there for 4.5 years now. Let me skip over some things, but the traffic issue, yes, and I'm glad they're not saying that it's not going to be a traffic issue like I've heard before, because all the new people coming in will be over 55. The statistics on that belie that ridiculous notion. I don't know if it was once part of the traffic study or not, but it's something that promoters, spokespeople for the development have said. And the NIH states that 88% of men and 70% of women between the ages of 70 and 74 drive. I don't know why they were saying that, but it makes me wonder if they did their homework or if they were prevaricating. And I hope not prevaricating, because then we couldn't trust anything the spokespeople for this project development say. And that'd be a terrible thing to believe, that they would actually lie to us and prevaricate to us.
Mr. Whalen, I got to stop you there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Can I say one more thing?
Very, very quick, like 5 seconds.
Very quickly. The sheer magnitude of Susette Harbor as a mixed-use development forgoes the notion of it being a good neighbor. To think otherwise is sort of like believing King Kong would make a good house pet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Ms. Clark?
I'm just going to speak very briefly. You know where my heart is. I want to preserve this. And at some point tonight, I thought, why are we even discussing details? We just have an alternative, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I'd like to introduce my husband. We talk about creating it for education, for a park. I know we're supposed to talk about zoning, but we're discussing all these minute details when we have a dream here. And people say, oh, these are impossible dreams. We made a short film with a really good filmmaker, a drone maker, to say that I'm introducing my husband because years ago, they said it was a dream to have a World War II museum. He's one of the founders. After Katrina, he was working with the charter school system, which revolutionized. These are much bigger projects than a park or an arboretum or an educational facility. That's all I have to say. And I think, Christine, can we dim all the lights, and Tom?
Yeah, let me just go ahead with this short film, and I realize it may not be pertain to traffic, but I think it gives us back to the core question that you all are struggling with.
The City Council of Mandeville, and also the LSU Healthcare Foundation and Gail Benson, have the opportunity to leave a legacy that will be remembered forever. Imagine this place as a nature preserve with diverse native trees and plants, nature trails, butterfly and hummingbird gardens, natural habitats for bald eagles, egrets, and other animals, and a welcome center. We would love to be given the grace of time to procure support from individuals, foundations, and governmental entities to create this natural preserve that will be an incredible gift to present and future generations. You would appoint a board to oversee the preserve. It will become a prime destination for local residents and nature lovers, and an incredible opportunity for educational enrichment. If instead you support the proposed development, your legacy will include the loss of a piece of Louisiana paradise that could have been preserved for future generations. You would also open the gate for a multitude of height, parking, and commercial use variance requests from all over the city that you would have little defense against after having approved the variances for this property. You know from experience the time and cost that those requests would demand. This short presentation gives some idea of how unique, beautiful, and valuable this small piece of land is. In juxtaposition, we show the hotel, apartment buildings, beach, wedding venues, shopping boutiques, restaurants, and parking areas which clash with and are totally out of character with the Mandeville lakefront and are the antithesis of our community's well-stated residential commitments and dreams. If the property is developed as planned, it will be an infrastructure burden and eyesore. Instead, we beg you to embrace the vision of the Nature Center and protect this amazing piece of property for future generations. Thank you for the time and thoughtfulness you have brought to this very important issue.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Snedeker. That was very well done, obviously. Miss Rebecca Marseille, is she still here? If I've pronounced that properly. All right, move on. Mr. Rick Denny.
Rick Denny, 536 Lafitte Street. I've lived there for 22 years. That's a tough act to follow. You did a nice job with that. I did a little research, just the traffic thing in general. Right there, just north of Monroe, by the church, across from the tech center, by the trailhead, the lakefront. I see the traffic issues all the time, and on Monroe Street. I asked my school board rep to pull the numbers for the school board attendance for Woodlake, Mandeville Junior, and Mandeville Elementary. So we're running about 50% of the kids actually ride the school bus. And people have a choice whether they want their kids to ride the bus or not. But this has a massive impact on exactly what we're talking about, regardless of the proposal here for the development. So there's 1,558 kids, and about half are on the bus. So that's approximately, you could have up to 750 cars, morning and night, going through that. And, we all have choices, but we need to think about alternate carpooling, et cetera, to help alleviate that regardless of this. That I don't think that their impact of the housing will really affect that part as much as we already have this problem, and we have to do something with that. The other thing, the concern I have, and Jill, you brought it up. Jason, you said 250 people for the event center? Because I had 200. Is it?
I don't know the accurate number. I know
Is it around 200? 200?
200.
Okay, so just in retrospect to where we're at in town, on this side of town, Greystone is 350 people, and Fleur de Lis 500 people, and Maison Lafitte's 300 people. So this is smaller. However, if the hotel was full, the event center's full, the entrance and exits, really, I do have a major concern with that. Not so much the size of the center and what could be going on there, but getting in and out. And I think that's come up a couple times. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Thanks. Mr. Bell, Charles Bell. Mr. Bell here? No? All right. Ms. Muller? Is Ms. Muller still here?
Barbara Muller, 530 Park Avenue. First of all, the presentation was awesome, and it occurred to me, since the council discussed last time, purchasing property on the other side of the causeway for green space, it occurred to me that we should buy this parcel as well. We should try to get this parcel. I want to say that I'm totally opposed to the project. Because of the density and the heights that they want to go. In that line, the renderings online for Susette Harbor use a perspective that shows their buildings to be smaller than everything else around. In particular, there's one that's a picture taken from the causeway, kind of close to the lake, it seems, and the Mariners Village apartments, condos, whatever they are, right there are big in the foreground, and they have tiny little buildings down the way where the perspective goes together to make their buildings look smaller than they actually are. The only way to compare the height is full on face front with no perspective, okay? Regarding the traffic, I wonder when the traffic study was conducted, what period of time, what month, and whatever. I wonder if, considering the likelihood of the development of pre-stressed property in the near future, if the density and the traffic were considered for the coming pre-stressed development. Was a traffic study done about the traffic during the site prep and the period of construction, when we'd have trucks and all kinds of monstrous vehicles in the area? They seem to make it sound like the traffic would only be in the morning when people are going to school and to work, and only in the evening when they're going home. The traffic that would be from the construction and all of that preparation, building the thing, would be worse. That's pretty much it. Thank you very much. And thank you all so much for doing this job.
Mr. Lebertine, could you briefly respond to Ms. Muller's questions about when it was done and
Yeah,
such?
so the study was conducted in the fall when school was in session. Most of the data collection was taken on Tuesdays and Wednesday, I believe, which is typical. You avoid Mondays and Fridays and weekends.
Okay.
And going back to the peak hours with the chloro and typical traffic impact analysis referred to as what you're trying to compare to.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lebertine.
So the construction route and details with that's when they get to development. They handle that, and I know Keith talked previously on the ordinance that was passed about the bonds and all that. All that gets tied to that when it goes to permitting.
Is there a traffic study for the period of time when the construction vehicles will be using the road street?
No, ma'am.
Was the future pre-stressed property development considered in your time period when you predicted the
So no, the pre-stressed site is not considered as part of this traffic, and we have discussed, I know, in pretty good detail in planning and zoning on why it's not.
Well, I know legally why.
Yep. All right, Ms. Muller, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. Ms. Farguson, is she still here? Okay. All right, Mr. Fallbacher?
Yeah, Robert Fallbacher, 10600 Bayham Road. I'm going to ask something. We had this big discussion about integrity during this meeting. At the end of the last meeting we had, I think his name was Mr. Harrison, the attorney for this group. You know, he got very indignant and said he's going to sue everybody and do this, but he made a statement to me, to everybody, that he represents the city of Mandeville on 2 other cases. So I just question, you want to talk about people and how they feel about public officials? How can he represent the city of Mandeville and then represent the proponents before the same people that he represents? That to me presents a conflict of interest that somebody needs to explain to me. Okay? I don't want to take up my 2 minutes, but that needs to be addressed. You know, we talk about Parcel U is not part of this and Parcel D, but yet Mr. Hoffman said, he stated that they're going to take fill out of this and do that. How can you not do one without the other? How can you address this? I'm going to build a building from 3 stories, but then it's going to be 6 later because I didn't tell you about this or that. I mean, if we're going to do this, let's do it all at one time, all at one time, and not break it down, you know, this way. It's just crazy. You know, but this is just a site plan. You know, it's not the final plan. Yet I heard the architect say that they modified the servitude where they saw it need be. How can you modify a servitude? It's laid out in law. Okay? And then I had a question on let's see. I had a question on the traffic study. It was done in the fall. How many days was it done? Was it done 2 days, 3 days? How many consecutive weeks? Where can I access that information to find out how thorough the examination was? Can you where can I get that information?
I'll answer when you're done. I want to make sure that you
Okay,
have your time.
all right. I wanted to know too, how they going to address cars traveling from Covington south that want to enter Monroe Street? Because they're going to have to get off at the Monroe Street exit on 190, circle around and come under the overpass. And you can't widen that any. And so I'm not going to tell you the word it is, but it's a mess. Because you got Golden Shores traffic, you got traffic coming out of the frontage road from was that the West Causeway approach, and then you got people coming off of 190, all coming that way. So I don't know why we didn't look at that. I guess I'm out of time, but I'd like to have some answers, please.
Thanks, Mr. Fallbacher. Mr. Leverton, do you want to touch on the traffic study aspect of this? Because I'm trying to keep any responses to the topics at hand.
Yeah, so the report says the amount of days that they did that 24-hour counts, and also the time frame they did the turn and movement counts. We also matched that up with previous counts and studies that were done to make sure the numbers seem to be in line with the existing data. For Old Golden Shores, that area, obviously with stop controlled, four-way stop, Monroe and Service Road, it's a tough intersection. The amount of traffic generated from the proposed development that would be coming from Covington, which was assumed to be 35%, adds roughly, and I have it here, about 9 to 10 vehicles in that hour in the AM, and then about 20 cars in the PM.
Oh, come on.
Keep in mind, this is the AM, PM, just that peak hour, right? So folks driving from Covington to come to this development, the peak hour may not be folks traveling to the active adult living, or it may not be to travel to the hotel at 7 a.m., right? So that's, again, I want to be clear that it's with respect to the peak hour, not traveling throughout the day.
What is the peak hour?
So the peak hour it was established at 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and 4:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m.
And what was the amount of cars that it said it was going to add?
So if you take again, this is trip distribution, right? So we had 93 total trips in the AM that were generated from this development, and we had 194 trips developed in the PM. As I explained earlier, when you dice that up from them coming from the east, from the west, from the north, not so much from the south, but when you dice that up, that's the amount of vehicles you get come and utilize in that area.
Not 9.
Please, I want to continue to move through. We've got several people that are still on the list, so I want to make sure we have the chance.
I'll look at that. I don't want to get hung up on that.
Okay, we'll come back to that. No. Thank you, Mr. Fallbacher. All right, Ms. Montalbano? Is Ms. Montalbano still here? Okay. Ms. Jumonville? No. Mr. Cedric Barker?
Cedric Barkus, 625 Galvez Street. The thing that irks me about this whole process is that the last people to be considered are the residents of Mandeville. It's like we're like have to fight to keep our community the way that it is. We love our community. Mr. Marini, who designed this city, Bernard Xavier de Marini de Mandeville, had a great idea with a lakefront park with residences behind it. And it has been this type of community that we love. And I think the development that this gentleman came up with as a nature preserve would even be a greater asset to this area. But it really irks me that we're pushed to the 10 o'clock time before we can get to speak our piece, and that you guys are supposed to represent us. We voted you into office, and it seems like the zoning commission is representing out-of-town people who want to come turn our community into seaside or something similar to that. I just think that you guys need to consider this and think about the people in our city. The quality of life here is going to be definitely detrimental when projects like this take place, and we still face the fiasco of Port Marini in the future. We do this development, and then in the future somebody comes in, and who knows? And originally they were going to put 500 apartments in that area, on that 72 acres. It's all, and it's, from what I understand, it's zoned. It's not zoned. It's zoned residential, and isn't it still residential? This piece of parcel, they want you guys to change it to a multi-use, and I can't build a house over 28 feet, but they're going to go up 68 feet. It's going to be a big eyesore, and I know the traffic study says, it's only going to add a few cars. But anybody who's waited in the light on Monroe Street is if you waited in that light for 2 or 3 lights, you know what I'm talking about when it's busy. So I just want you guys to consider who you represent, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Ms. O'Connell?
Okay, so I'm Ellen O'Connell. I have 3
Give us
HOA.
your address for the record,
Oh,
please.
so my concern, why I'm here, is I have 3 HOAs in Mariners Village, and there were 7 represented here tonight. In fact,
Could
I
you
believe
please give us your
represent-
address for the record?
Yes, 330 Lakeshore Drive.
Thank you.
And so what I want to do is I want to clear up a misunderstanding that was given to the public by reading this email that I wrote to the council today. So it says, "Dear council members, please find attached the 33 additional signed petitions disavowing the endorsement by Mariners Village Master Association and rejecting the proposed Woodward Interest Project. Please add these to other petitions already submitted. The MVMA has not held its required yearly membership meeting as per the bylaws since December of 2019. Despite COVID, no effort was made to hold a yearly membership meeting by Zoom or any other method. As a result, the current board members were never elected by the membership. The board of directors was never replaced by a yearly membership meeting vote. It is not known how this current board was ever put into place. The MVMA board never surveyed its members about the Sault Harbor project, therefore their endorsement is irrelevant. It does not represent the views of the majority of Mariners Village residents. The public record should be changed." That's just factual. Okay, I'm not making this up. We had 7 HOAs here that could have stated the same thing. We collected surveys from them. Now, here's what's been going on. So somebody, I don't know who, but it appears that someone shared this email with the president of Mariners Master Association today, because I just sent this at 10 o'clock. Now, why would somebody share an email that I didn't give permission to be shared? I don't know, right? So someone shared it. Don't know why, stupid, but let's see what else. So the endorsement's just not there, and it gives a false impression to the public. Now, that endorsement didn't really come from the developer. That endorsement came from someone else to the developer. So he didn't know, right? But to say all the residents are for it, it's completely false. So that's my point.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I do not think if I send an email to a certain group that they should just use my lack of permission to pass it on to someone else, but I know one of you did. It appears that way. It does. And I think that's just horrible. So, let's see. Oh, and I believe, Randy Perrin, are you here? Is that you? No. No, apparently not. All right, I thought another ex-board member was here. But that is my concern. So I'm part of 3 HOAs. We were never called to a yearly meeting since 2019. Neither were the other ones. We just weren't. Was it snail mail? I don't know. Did it all get lost? I don't know. But it seems really odd to me that they would give an endorsement that was never voted on. It's like, now, I'm sure they had their monthly meetings, but they certainly didn't invite any of us to the required yearly meeting. That's just not true. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Jared Reich, did I have that right? Nope. Ms. Adele Dauphine?
Adele Dolphin, 634 Castaigne Drive, Mandeville. As a housekeeping thing, can we get the plans that are listed in Exhibit 2 in the ordinance? Can that be a separate tab on the page, like the actual drainage, landscape, parking, tree mitigation, marina, and building plans? Can we put those all together at some point, just as a housekeeping issue? Because that is what the council is approving, so I'd like to see what is before you guys. For site access, there is one way in and one way out. The traffic study proposes that site access is via one driveway, which is the primary public access, which is at the terminus of Mariners, and the others, which is for emergency vehicles, which I assume would be the fire trucks and the ambulances, would be the terminus of St. Croix. So you still have the same entrances and exits, you just have a separate driveway. So the traffic study states that Mariners is a 2-lane local road, and Antibee's east and west are 2-lane local roads, which are defined terms. They're intended to provide access from primary and secondary roads to individual properties. They're designed to move low volumes of traffic at low speeds. So are these local roads, which are the only ways ins and out, sufficient to handle the gross weight and size of construction vehicles for 2 years of construction? Are the local roads equipped to handle the traffic from multifamily, a hotel, an event space, retail, and office space? The 2045 capacity analysis in the traffic study states Monroe Street east and westbound will be nearing capacity. East Causeway southbound will also be nearing capacity. And of course, we've talked about that this does not include the 117 marina boat slips, 207 detached single-family homes, 102 apartments and mixed use, 41 townhomes, 4,000 square feet of a high turnover restaurant, 7,000 square feet of a quality restaurant, and 25,000 square feet of retail and commercial, which is Port Maroney, which are the 75 acres next to Parcel D of Susette. The traffic study says the marina is not planned to include a public launch, as we talked about, but on the 2007 Comprehensive Plan, Map 5C, we specifically outlined Parcel U to, quote, encourage maintenance of the marina to serve the power boating public. I'm a sailor. I don't really like the power boaters, but if that's what you want to do, you guys have to do that. So let us know what the goal of the city is, the clarification of that. We asked for data on the projected trip calculations for weddings and social events, as that's not included in the traffic study. The trip generation study mentions land use 712 small building, which uses the numbers for general office building of less than or equal to 10,000 square feet and typically housing a single tenant. Susette is asking for 11,700 square feet of retail and office space. This now includes a restaurant, as we've discussed earlier, which would be multi-tenant. So I'd like to see how the larger land use and the trip generation calculations differ there. And I'd also like to know about assessment number 58048, which is lots 4, 5, and 6, which is the Cayman Canal, which separates Susette from Port Maroney. That belongs to the city of Mandeville, and what do you guys want to do with that? So just housekeeping stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Ms. Dolphin, I'm sure those items can be posted on the website. Okay. Ms. Claudine Perrette.
Claudine Perrette, 171 Live Oak Street, Old Golden Shores. I have so many questions that I don't even know where to begin. The traffic. I drive the traffic. I drive Monroe 7 days a week. 7 days a week, all day long. And I have recently, since the last meeting, started keeping track of how many times I sit at the light from Monroe. And it is no sooner than 3 lights. It takes me 3 lights from the service road where the Bulls Corner Market is to the light to cross over to go towards Rouse's, because I go that way multi-times a day. And it's never less than 3 lights. So their traffic study, I don't know where or how they get the numbers they came up with. That was one thing. The next was they talked about the construction vehicles. We know that they're doing a lot of construction in Lewisburg. I live 1 house from entering Lewisburg. The sizes of trucks that come through are slowly deteriorating my yard because I can see it falling into the ditch as the trucks go by and shake, 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 shake. So I can't imagine what size trucks are going to go through that area and what damage it may cause. They're talk about opening up more space on Monroe. I thought that most of the wiring on that side of the street was underground. So is that going to be taken into consideration? Removing trees, removing landscaping, things like that. They talk about the residential apartments. So they're going to be 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. What is the each amount of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms? I mean, I've said this before, I'm 54 years old, I own my home, I'm proud to own my home. There's no way in hell I'm going to sell my house and move into an apartment and pay rent to something that I'll never own the rest of my life. So I think about that, so what if these apartments don't rent? What's the time limit on they're going to give for these apartments to rent? We have senior citizens area that is the church back behind the Lakeview. They still have apartments that aren't leased out. So, You're going to open up something over here. They talk about the 109 slips of boats. You have boat slips on the Jafonta. It's less than 109. The only time that every slip is filled up is when it's the Wooden Boat Festival. So what's going to happen with 109 slips that are just open and bare? What's going to happen to the cars that park there when the lake rises and they have to move the vehicles? Where are they going to move their vehicles to if there's going to be flooding? We all know that side of this side floods almost up to Monroe. So what happens to all those people parking their cars? So much more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. You'll get another opportunity.
No, one more thing. I'm glad that you're going to a special meeting because I think that's what it needs to be. Thank you.
You bet, absolutely. Mr. Hoffman, do you have a brief update on the apartments, what the breakdown of 1, 2, 3? Is that, or something you can give us next time? That's fine. Okay, Ms. Pratt, that would be okay? We'll give you a breakdown of 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartments to answer that question at the next meeting. Sure. Okay. Ms. Venable?
Me again. Thank you all very much. I'm Wynn Venable, 241 Wilkinson Street. A lot of other people have already addressed some of my concerns. Once again, the traffic issue, traffic study. I leave between 7 and 8 o'clock every day to Monroe to go to the South Shore for work. The issue is not turning left to go to the South Shore. The issue is going straight across. So adding another left-hand turn lane is not valid. That's not valid. That is not valid. I also object strenuously to rearranging that intersection because it's the gateway into Old Mandeville. That's just my observation. Where was? Oh, sorry, I'm exhausted. I'd be interested in running what the traffic calculations would have been if the project, the residential stuff, was not age restricted, but was a true multifamily. Just because that no one wants, if this thing goes through, if you approve the zoning, if the project gets approved in any configuration, I still think we have to know or have an idea of what the worst case scenario would be. Nobody would want that, but I think it's germane because changing those calculations from age restricted with what they think, 1.25, whatever it is, the number of cars, I think it's bogus anyway, to true multifamily with all ages in would dramatically increase the number of cars. Thank you, and I apologize for being incoherent.
Thanks, Ms. Venable. And Mr. Leverton, I guess really the question on the traffic study process is you're basing the traffic study methodology on the application. So what is being proposed, being an apartment facility, and a hotel, and that's what you're studying. What's not there now versus what potentially could be there. So it's hard to say, what if it was a residential? That's not what they were studying.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying
right.
The city should have that study done just so we would have an idea of what the worst case is.
Sure. Mr. Hoffman, you want a quick update on that?
This same question came up during planning and zoning, and we had the traffic study done with the multifamily. The city has that. It's posted on the website. We have both results. The difference is negligible on the overall picture, but both traffic studies are held by the city.
Thank you. I know we have a couple questions left. That was the end of our listing. It is 10:16. If the council members aren't opposed, we will go to no later than 10:30. So we will answer those questions until we get to the 10:30, and then we are going to adjourn. Mr. Bruguiere had his hand up first, and we'll kind of work our way around. And I'd like to call on those that have not already spoken. Yes.
Ready?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Ernest Bruguiere, 241 Wilkinson Street. And I want to go to Jill McGuire's issue, because traffic studies, it's a way to hide things in plain sight. It's theory and reality. Theory and reality. I want to put you at the intersection of West Antibes and Monroe Street at 4 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon when there's going to be 75 cars coming to a wedding over in Susette, plus all the service people and stuff. That's not taking into account the traffic study. The traffic study amortizes traffic out over months, weeks, and years. That's why it averages out to such a small amount, and it's so inconsequential. It doesn't mean anything. But you imagine yourself at Antibes and Monroe Street on a 4 o'clock when that wedding comes through and stuff, how is it going to get through? Nobody's going to get through. And it's not addressed at all. And that's the problem you have when you're dealing with theories like this, because we know what the reality is. It's not about whether you wait another 5 minutes at 7:30 in the morning or 4 o'clock. It's the overall effect of what's another 1,000 people are going to have in that area. You've got a very small, narrow road that traffic study also doesn't take into account. 2 10-foot wide lanes you can't park on, and on Anteb West and Anteb East and West. They're very, very narrow roads. You can't get anything up there. And so cars are going to have a tough time. You get a dually 4-wheel drive pickup truck or an RV coming up, and it's got 1/4 mile from Monroe and Antibes to Suset. 1/4 mile on those little narrow streets. That's not taking into account those things. If you were talking about Girard Street or Marigny Avenue and stuff, you could say, well, that'll be kind of easy. It's a big wide road, but this is not. These are alleyways, basically. They're goat paths and stuff, and you're trying to shove that huge, big commercial operation into a residential area. It's going to screw the whole thing up forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begier. Yes, sir, in the white shirt.
Thank you. Van Mayhall, 300 Mariners Island. Mr. Chairman, members, I have a couple of observations and a question. First observation is I would ask you to get your DPW to get out one of your 18-wheelers, put a tractor on it, and take it and try to get to Suset Harbor. And you will find out that 18-wheeler can't make a right-hand turn onto either east or west Antebes off of Monroe. Those are substandard streets is what we used to call them where I come from. So they're not wide enough. They'll have to drive across the yards because an 18-wheeler will have to go into the other lane to turn right. So they're going to have to turn left off of Monroe to get into those streets, which means they're coming through that subdivision across on the north side of Monroe, Golden Shores, I think it is, something like that. Or they're going to run the length of Monroe from Girard and turn left onto east or west Antebes. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And you ought to think about that. Secondly, I've been in that marina for many, many years. Now, we didn't live here at that point, but we had a boat, and we traveled over here. And every kind of restaurant was tried in that marina, in the place where that contractor's office is right now. Upscale restaurants, grills, restaurants with music, restaurants with themes, events, and they all failed. Every one of them failed. So I don't know what's going to be different here. I think you need to show somehow, how do you have some assurance that this is not going to become a blighted situation? And then the last thing, I'd like some technical information on the marina, and I'd like to know how I can get it. Dredge depth. Well, being a boater, I'm interested in that, right? What's the fairway going out to the lake? What's the depth going to be dredged? How many square or cubic yards of soil is going to come out of there? What are the fairway widths within the marina? Can you even get boats in and out of there? There's going to be a fuel dock somewhere over there is what I first heard tonight. And there's going to be a place to dump your head over there too. So I would like, I'll leave my name, and if somebody has that technical information, I'd like to see it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Whitehall.
very much.
And another option for you always is to submit your question on the website. It'll get answered that way. That might be the easiest.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Got time for just a couple more.
How you doing? Sarah Wood, 210 Chanel Drive. I favor development and growth, but I'm wary of the type of massive developments that seem to correlate, with these big developers. It all seems to correlate with the growth of power and government by municipal and parish governments through ever-increasing taxation, traditional taxes, regulations, licensing permits, other costs levied on us, the citizens. This taxation and regulation has pushed out the little guy, the small developer, who didn't have fancy talking consultants, presentations, but he knew how to develop within a small footprint. And he preserved the beauty of the city and the parish with less government interference. And that's what we loved about the city. The issue that I have with this is, one, it's a massive development. I have several questions. I want to know, I know y'all aren't on the rent issue, but that is a huge thing. I want to know, are there any government grants involved with this development? Will there be in the future? I want to know, are there any HUD implications about the age? You know, what happens if that fails? Is it, you know, is it going to turn into something else that might affect the quality of life in the city? I also have questions as to the transportation issue. Do you guys ever, what's the average, I want to know what the average success of these projected traffic studies is. Do you all ever go back and determine how accurate they were, you know, your projections? Because anybody that's driven in this parish over the last 20 years would say, y'all fail. You fail. Because if you were right, we probably wouldn't have the developments that we've had, because they all had traffic studies that promised us, you know, 9 cars at the light, 9 extra cars at the light, and we all know, I mean, just open your eyes, you can see that that's baloney. The other question that I have is about this parcel U issue. Is it right that parcel U is already zoned a combined use district, so any site development plan would not have to go through this same process that is being considered under this ordinance 2316 for parcel D? Or is that what y'all are saying, that anything having to do with parcel U doesn't have to go through the same process?
Ms. Wood, if you'll finish your comments,
Okay,
and then we'll get a brief explanation.
that's fine. I want to know about the traffic. I want to know about parcel U. I want to know about the HUD implications or any federal grants involved in this. And I think that's it. Those are all my questions.
For this evening, we'll briefly answer your question on traffic and parcel U.
Yeah.
Your other issues, some of that we talked about last time. I would encourage you also to submit the question online. It gives Ms. Shears watching, make sure it goes to the right person. Whoever needs to answer
That's
that,
fine.
we will.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Mr. Leverton, do you have any additional on that?
No, the traffic impact analysis, it's a planning tool. Like you said, it's a plan. It's not exactly what's going to happen. It's all they have with the information that they have right now. So yeah, it's a plan.
It's a plan, but do you go back and grade yourself on your success? You're saying this is the projection. Do you ever go back and say, we were like really off on that? This is what I'm asking. That's what my question is, because if not, it's a joke. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sure it took a lot of time, but it's just a justification for them to vote in favor of this plan, and then we get stuck with the results.
So we reviewed the traffic study. We didn't do the traffic study. We went to make sure that it was within compliance of the chloro. You can't necessarily go back and say if it passed or failed, because so many different elements happen in the future that come up and change things, right? So you're doing it based off of what you have today.
So then to me, it doesn't really matter. But I understand what you're saying. And as to the other one, I want to know about parcel U, because I'm very concerned. I don't really understand what's going on.
Well, and we might not be able to totally settle that this evening regardless, but if there's a brief explanation, we can do that, and then we'll have some follow-ups after.
Yeah, so parcel U is already a planned district, so it's zoned planned district, and it already has a approved and established use as a marina. So the process to get a new site plan approved would go through 8239, which is very specific to marina use and the criteria, and it's already dictated.
So it would not go before the council?
Not unless it's a major expansion from what that was previously used.
So you don't have but it has to be considered. But it has to be considered.
Because I want to get one more in.
Yeah,
it has to be it's first considered by the planning director.
But you don't really know what that development
you
is
can't
going
know
to be.
at this point. No.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to go one more question to the ma'am in the back in the white Oxford shirt, way back row. Ma'am, did you have a question? Yeah. Come on up. And this will be our last one because it's almost 10:30, and I want to get y'all adjourned.
Robert's Rules of Order, as we have established this evening, I'm going to defer my remaining time to Kevin Holden.
So quickly, I am only here. I'm Nicole Stanley. Hey, y'all. I live at 154 Cindy Lou Place. We've met before. Let me tell you, I wasn't coming tonight. My husband had to work late. My kids had karate. My washing machine broke. Whole kind of thing.
But as I was watching you on Facebook Live earlier tonight, my 10-year-old wrote a letter and brought it to me, and I'm probably going to cry about it. It says, "Dear Council," misspelled, "you need to stop Susette Harbor because my little brother Cabe goes to school across the road, and my BFF lives behind where it will be. She lives in the Hermitage. And it could be dangerous. And I think the construction noise will bother students' learning, and that will cause an argument. That is why we, the Stanley family, say no to Susette Harbor. With love and courage, Hannah Stanley." And she drew y'all a map of her best friend's house, so you could see. I think a couple of months ago, when the P&Z passed this, my 6-year-old said to me, "Wait, they're going to build that big thing by my school?" And he was devastated, and I'm devastated. And the fact that it's reached my children is devastating. And I understand why y'all want to be here. I get it. It's why we want to be here. We want to be here because it's a refuge and a respite from the South Shore and from everything we do every day. And I know that's why you guys want to come. It's why we're here.
Ms. Stanley, if you'll stay with the microphone.
Oh, sorry. And so I think it's important to understand that why you want to be here is why we are here. And if you come, we don't want to be here anymore.
Well, and just to be very clear, those two guys, they're already here. They work for the city. No.
So again, per Robert's rules, I defer to Kevin.
I'm very aware. So, Mr. Vogeltantz, until the beep goes off.
Well, how much time do I have left?
Whatever this says.
There's something on the clock.
40 seconds, 42
well,
seconds.
All right. I was going to say something else. I'll end with this. We've got to have a special meeting about the singular most important issue on the plan. All of this is derivative. It is the rezoning of this property from planned residential to planned combined use. You can't approve any of this unless you zone it correctly first. And it has been minimized. I don't know why, but we haven't had a single conversation about it. It's unfair to the developer. It's unfair to us. It's unfair to everybody to talk about a site plan and a planned development district and heights and traffics if there's no consensus on changing the zoning of the land. And everybody up here knows this. I've emailed the council. Other lawyers have emailed the council. The city attorney knows it. Ms. Bartholomew knows it. Everybody knows it. When's the special meeting for the zoning question?
Thank you, Mr. Vogeltantz. Thank you. And that will be our last question. Ms. Sconzert, if you want to give or Ms. Bartholomew, a brief explanation on that, and then we're going to move to adjourn.
The rezoning and the conditional use is what's on the agenda. That's the topic. That's what we're discussing.
What are we going to have a meeting about?
Mr. Vogeltantz, we announced that we were going to have a meeting on June the 20th, which is Tuesday, June the 20th. That'll be our next special meeting.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. All righty. No, ma'am. What is the procedural question?
When you go onto the website and put in your question or whatever your question, does that response just come back to me? It will come to you. You'll direct it to whoever it needs to go to. Does it just come back? Does the response just come back to me on my question, or is it available somewhere on some sort of database? Right now, it just goes back to you. Okay.
We'll have to see if it's something that would be then public, and we'll talk to our IT characters.
Yeah. But Barbara, don't move.
So
I need your email address up.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second. By Ms. Bush and a second by Mr. Zuckerman. Thank you all very much. Have a good weekend. Meeting adjourned.